I remember it like it was yesterday, though a good 5 years have passed since I packed my last box and finally left that place for good. 5 years and still, certain smells, certain times of day, can throw me right back into that suffocating silence, the kind that makes your ears ring. I was 28 then, fresh out of a soul-crushing job in the city, convinced that a change of scenery, a slower pace, was exactly what I needed. I'd always been the practical type, not one for flights of fancy or ghost stories, which makes what happened all the more unsettling. My big plan was to buy a cheap, fixer-upper house, renovate it myself, and flip it for a profit. A straightforward business venture, or so I thought. I found the perfect candidate, an old two-story farmhouse, tucked away almost an hour's drive from the nearest town. It was nestled on a few acres of overgrown land, surrounded by thick woods on three sides, and the fourth faced a winding, rarely used county road. The price was ridiculously low, and I figured that was due to its isolated location and the sheer amount of work it needed. Plus, it had been vacant for years, the previous owners having passed away and their distant relatives wanting nothing to do with it. Seemed like a dream come true for a guy looking for a project and some peace and quiet. I wasn't entirely alone, mind you. My dog, Gus, a scruffy terrier mix I adopted from a shelter, was my constant companion. He was a good dog, always happy, always sniffing out something interesting. We moved in mid-April, just as the weather was starting to turn warm. The house itself was a mess, but structurally sound. Peeling paint, a leaky roof in one corner, ancient wallpaper that looked like it had hosted a war between flowers and stripes. It was all there. I spent the first few weeks just cleaning, tearing out carpets, and getting a feel for the place. It was hard work, but satisfying. There was a rhythm to it, a predictable pattern of labor and rest that was a welcome change from my previous life. The nearest town, Mapleton, was small, with one grocery store, a hardware shop, and a diner where everyone seemed to know everyone else. I'd drive in a couple of times a week for supplies, and the folks there were friendly enough, if a little reserved. They didn't pry, and I didn't offer much beyond pleasantries. It was exactly the kind of anonymity I was craving. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, I embraced it. No noisy neighbors, no traffic, just the sounds of the wind through the trees and Gus's occasional barks at squirrels. Looking back, that was my first mistake, underestimating the impact of true isolation. I'd always lived in suburbs or cities, always within shouting distance of another human. Out there on that forgotten stretch of road, I was utterly, completely on my own. No cell service to speak of, a landline that crackled more often than not, and the internet was a distant, unreliable dream. If anything went wrong, I knew I'd be dealing with it myself. It didn't scare me then. It felt freeing. The routine was simple. Wake up with the sun, work on the house, eat, take Gus for a walk around the property, eat again, and then collapse into bed, usually after reading a bit by the dim light of a salvaged lamp. I was making good progress. The leaky roof was patched, one bedroom was completely stripped and repainted, and I'd even started sanding down the original hardwood floors in the living room. It was exhausting, satisfying work, and by the end of each day, I was too tired to think about much else. It was roughly a month after we moved in, sometime in late May, when the first flicker of unease began. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would send me running for the hills. Just a small, almost imperceptible shift in the house itself. I remember it clearly because I had just finished painting the trim in the kitchen. I'd gone to bed feeling accomplished, the fresh smell of paint still clinging to the air. The next morning, I woke up, stretched, and made my way to the kitchen to start the coffee. That's when I noticed it. The fresh, bright white trim I had painted the day before seemed duller. Not dirty, not scuffed, just subtly muted, as if a thin, almost invisible film of dust had settled over it overnight. I ran my hand along it. Nothing. No dust came off. It just looked less vibrant, less new. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was just tired imagining things. The light could be different, playing tricks on me. It was an overcast morning, so perhaps the lack of direct sunlight was making the white appear a shade grayer. I shrugged it off. Old house, old paint, maybe it just needed a second coat. It wasn't a big deal. But the seed was planted, a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle at the back of my mind. It was a slight violation of expectation, an anomaly that shouldn't have been there. Everything else was as I left it. Tools were where I'd put them. The coffee maker was still on the counter. Just that trim, looking like it had aged a few weeks overnight. I tried to push the thought away, to rationalize it as fatigue or poor lighting. It was just paint, after all. But as I poured my coffee, I glanced at the trim again, and that dullness seemed to deepen, just a fraction, pulling the corner of my mouth into a slight frown. It was the first time I felt that faint, chilling whisper of something isn't quite right in that remote, solitary house. I tried to ignore it. The paint was just paint. I'd gone through 3 different shades of white samples before settling on that one, a brilliant semi-gloss intended to reflect the light and make the kitchen feel larger. Now, less than 12 hours after application, it looked like I'd chosen a flat off-white instead. It bothered me, a small burr under the saddle of my carefully constructed piece, but I was determined to smooth it out. I told myself it was the light, the humidity, the age of the underlying wood, anything but what my gut was trying to whisper. That morning after coffee, I went back over the trim with a dry cloth then a damp one. Nothing came off. The surface felt smooth, clean, yet the dullness remained a phantom film. I decided it must need a second coat, a common enough practice, even if I hadn't planned on it for this particular paint. I spent another hour carefully retaping and applying a fresh layer. When I finished, the trim gleamed, a stark, bright white that made the room pop. I felt a surge of satisfaction, dismissing the earlier unease as a figment of my imagination, a sign I was perhaps working too hard. I'd leave it overnight, I decided, and see how it looked in the morning. If it dulled again, I'd know something was seriously wrong. If it didn't, then I was just a tired idiot. The next morning, I practically jogged to the kitchen, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach despite my logical dismissal. I stopped in the doorway, bracing myself. The trim was perfect, bright, clean, vibrant. A sigh of relief escaped me. See, I wasn't losing my mind. It was just a weird paint anomaly, or my eyes playing tricks, or the first coat hadn't cured properly. I made my coffee, feeling foolish, then went about my day, determined to put the incident behind me. Except it wasn't entirely behind me. A few days later, I was in the living room, working on sanding the hardwood floors. It was backbreaking work, filling the air with the sweet, dry smell of old wood dust. Gus was curled up on an old blanket near the front door, occasionally twitching in his sleep, probably dreaming of chasing rabbits. I took a break, stretched my aching back, and went to grab a bottle of water I'd left on the mantelpiece above the defunct fireplace. As I reached for it, my hand brushed against something else. My old pocket knife. I remembered leaving it on the coffee table, next to the stack of newspapers I used for kindling. I distinctly remembered putting it there because I'd used it to cut open a bag of sanding discs just before I started. Now, it was on the mantelpiece, about 6 feet away, nestled next to a dusty, ceramic shepherdess figurine I hadn't gotten around to packing up. I frowned, picking up the knife. Had I put it there? No, I was sure I hadn't. Why would I? My tools had their designated spots, even if that spot was just a temporary pile on the coffee table. I must have done it unconsciously, I rationalized. absent-mindedly. It was an old house after all. Maybe I was just forgetting things in my exhaustion. It wasn't a big deal. Still, I put the knife back on the coffee table where I knew I'd left it, just to be sure. The next morning, the knife was back on the mantelpiece. This time a colder prickle started. I stood there, staring at the knife, then at the coffee table, then back at the knife. Gus was watching me, head cocked, a low whine rumbling in his throat. He sometimes nudged things around with his nose, but a pocket knife, up on the mantelpiece. No, and even if he could, why would he? I walked over, picked up the knife. It was exactly where it had been the day before. This was beyond absent-mindedness. This was deliberate. I tried to think. Was I sleepwalking? I'd never sleepwalked in my life. Was someone coming into the house? The doors were locked, windows latched. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the road was rarely used. Who would bother, and for what? To move a pocket knife. I decided to test it. I took the knife and placed it on the kitchen counter next to the fruit bowl, a very different spot. If it moved again, it would be undeniable. I spent the rest of the day in a state of heightened awareness, jumpy, listening for every creak, every rustle outside. Gus seemed to pick up on my mood. He stuck closer to me than usual, his tail drooping a little, his eyes darting around the room, sometimes fixing on empty spaces. That night I didn't sleep well. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every gust of wind against the old panes sounded like footsteps. I kept thinking of the dulling paint, the moved knife. Were these connected, or was I just letting my imagination run wild in the isolation? The next morning, before I even made coffee, I went straight to the kitchen. My heart hammered against my ribs, the knife. It was gone from the fruit bowl. My stomach dropped. I scanned the counter, then the floor, then the drawers. Nothing. My eyes darted around the kitchen, and there it was, not back on the mantelpiece, not on the coffee table. It was tucked under the small rug by the back door, a corner of its wooden handle peeking out, almost hidden. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling slightly. It was cold to the touch. This wasn't a game. This wasn't me forgetting. Someone or something was moving things, and not just moving them, but hiding them. A shiver ran down my spine. The house, which had felt like a sanctuary, suddenly felt aware, watching. I looked at Gus. He was sitting by the back door, staring at the rug, then at the door itself, a low, guttural growl rumbling deep in his chest. It wasn't an aggressive growl, more a sound of deep unease, of warning. His hackles were slightly raised. He knew, or he sensed. My pragmatic mind screamed for an explanation. A rat, a mouse large enough to drag a knife, ridiculous. It was a solid, heavy knife. I spent the next hour walking through the house, checking every lock, every window. They were all secure. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing was disturbed except for my damned pocket knife. The isolation that had once felt freeing now felt suffocating. There was no one to call, no one to tell. I was completely alone with whatever this was. Over the next few days, the small incidents continued, escalating in subtlety and frequency. It wasn't always the pocket knife. Sometimes it was a specific wrench I'd left on my workbench, which I'd find tucked away in a drawer I rarely used or under a stack of old newspapers. Other times it was books. I had a small collection of old paperbacks I'd brought with me, and I'd often find them out of order, or a particular book that I knew had been on the living room shelf would turn up on my bedside table, opened to a random page. I started taking pictures, proof. I'd snap a photo of the book on the shelf, then another when it moved. I'd photograph the wrench on the bench, then where it ended up. My phone had no service, so I couldn't share these eerie digital breadcrumbs with anyone, but they were for me. A record, a way to prove to myself that I wasn't going insane. Gus was a constant barometer of the house's shifting mood. He would often stare intently at empty corners, his head tilted, sometimes letting out a soft, questioning whine. He'd follow unseen movements with his eyes, his nose twitching. One evening, as I was reading in the living room, he suddenly leapt up from his spot by my feet, barking furiously at the closed kitchen door. His barks were sharp, alarmed, unlike his usual playful yaps. I went to investigate, opening the door cautiously. The kitchen was dark, silent, and empty. But as I stood there, a sudden, inexplicable chill swept through the room, raising goosebumps on my arms. It lasted only a few seconds, then dissipated, leaving the air feeling heavy and still. Gus stopped barking, whimpering softly, and pressed himself against my leg, shivering. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, stroking his head. He looked up at me, his eyes wide and scared. It was then I realized he wasn't just reacting to something. He was reacting to someone. The incidents became less about moving objects and more about sensory details. I started hearing faint sounds when I was alone in a room, soft, almost imperceptible whispers, like dry leaves skittering across a floor or the gentle rustle of fabric. Sometimes I'd hear a faint melody, an old-fashioned tune, too indistinct to identify, seeming to drift from a distant part of the house, only to vanish the moment I tried to focus on it. I'd call out, "Hello, Gus," but there would be no reply, just the ringing silence that followed. One afternoon, I was working in the attic, clearing out years of accumulated junk. The air was thick with dust and the smell of old wood and mothballs. I was sweating, having tossed several boxes of mildewed books and broken furniture pieces down a chute I'd rigged up. I was about to call it a day when I saw it. On the dusty floorboards, near an old, empty hope chest, was a footprint. It wasn't mine. My boots left a distinct tread pattern, and this was clearly a bare footprint. It was small, delicate, like a woman's foot. It was also incredibly distinct, pressed deep into the layer of dust, as if someone had just walked there. But there was only one. A single, solitary footprint leading towards the hope chest, then stopping abruptly. My blood ran cold. I hadn't been up in the attic in days, and Gus, being a dog, couldn't have made it. I was certain there was no one else in the house. I knelt, examining the print. It looked old, as if the dust had settled around it for years, yet the impression was sharp. It made no sense. I ran my hand over the surrounding dust. It was undisturbed. There were no other prints, no trail leading to or from it, just that single, ghostly mark. I scrambled down the attic ladder, my heart pounding. I needed to get out, get some air. I burst out of the house, Gus trotting anxiously at my heels, and walked for a long time through the woods surrounding the property. I tried to calm myself, to rationalize. Old house. Maybe a previous owner left it, and I just hadn't noticed until now. But the clarity of the print, the way it seemed to materialize, it felt fresh and deliberate, a message. That night I moved my bed from the master bedroom to the living room next to Gus's blanket. I slept with a flashlight under my pillow, jumping at every sound. The house felt different now. It was no longer just old and neglected. It felt occupied, not by a squatter, not by an animal, but by something else, something unseen. I started talking to myself, out loud, just to hear another human voice. "Okay," I'd say, "let's get this floor sanded." Or, "Coffee time, Gus, what do you think?" Gus would look at me, a worried expression on his face, as if he understood the fragile grip I had on my sanity. The next unsettling event happened in the kitchen again. I was washing dishes, the clatter of plates providing a reassuring, mundane soundtrack. Gus was lying in the doorway, occasionally thumping his tail. Suddenly, I felt a sharp, icy draft sweep past me, despite the windows being closed. It was like standing in front of an open freezer. I shivered, rubbing my arms. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. The sugar bowl on the counter, a heavy ceramic piece, slid forward about an inch, silently, smoothly, as if pushed by an invisible hand. I froze, the plate still in my hand. Gus sat up instantly, a low growl starting deep in his chest. His gaze was fixed on the sugar bowl, then it darted towards the back door. The growl intensified, his hackles bristling. "Did you see that, Gus?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. He let out a sharp bark, then another, louder, more urgent. It wasn't the playful bark. It was a warning. I gripped the plate tighter, my knuckles white. This wasn't a knife moving or a book shifting. This was an object in my direct line of sight, pushed with an undeniable force. I slowly turned towards the sugar bowl, my eyes glued to it. Nothing else moved. The chill was gone. The air was still. But the sugar bowl remained a clear inch closer to the edge of the counter than it had been. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Okay, I thought, this is real. This is happening. I marched over to the counter, grabbed the sugar bowl, and placed it back in its original spot. "Stop it," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Just stop it." It felt absurd, talking to an empty room, but the words felt necessary, a declaration. Gus continued to growl, his eyes fixed on the back door. I looked at it. Nothing, just the sturdy wooden door, closed and latched. I felt a surge of fear, quickly followed by a strange, defiant anger. I wasn't going to be scared out of my own house. This was my project, my home now. But the anger didn't last. The fear was a cold, creeping thing, worming its way into my thoughts. I started barricading my bedroom door at night, piling up heavy boxes and furniture against it. I knew it was foolish, but it gave me a semblance of control, a feeling of security, however false. Gus always slept right outside my barricade, his watchful presence a small comfort. I still went to Mapleton for supplies, but my visits became more tense. I'd glance at the friendly faces in the hardware store, wondering if they knew something about my house, if the previous owners had left for reasons beyond just passing away. But I never asked. I didn't want to sound like a lunatic, rambling about moving sugar bowls and phantom footprints. Besides, I remembered their reserved nature. They wouldn't pry, and I wouldn't offer. That had been my rule, and now I was stuck with it. The next significant incident occurred in the dining room, a room I'd mostly ignored, planning to tackle it later. It was still filled with the previous owner's dusty, draped furniture. One afternoon, I was walking past, heading for the kitchen, when I heard a distinct thump from inside. Gus, who had been padding silently behind me, let out a sharp bark and lunged for the dining room doorway, his fur bristling. I peered cautiously into the dim room. A heavy, antique rocking chair, draped in a white sheet, was rocking gently back and forth, back and forth. There was no open window, no draft. It just swayed slowly, rhythmically, as if someone had just gotten up from it. The thump had been the back of the chair hitting the wall. My heart hammered. This was beyond subtle. This was blatant. My breath hitched in my throat. I stood frozen in the doorway, watching the chair rock, transfixed by its eerie movement. Gus was whimpering, pressing against my leg, but he was still staring at the chair, his body tense. The rocking continued for a full minute, perhaps more. It wasn't frantic, but a slow, deliberate swing, like someone enjoying a quiet moment. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The chair settled, utterly still. The silence that followed was deafening, heavy with unseen presence. I didn't enter the room. I couldn't. I backed away slowly, pulling Gus with me. We went straight outside into the afternoon sun where the air felt clean and safe. I sat on the porch steps for a long time, Gus's head in my lap, trying to make sense of it. A rocking chair, moving on its own. It was a classic cliché, something from a horror movie, and it was happening in my house. I considered leaving, just packing up Gus and my few belongings and driving away, selling the house if I even could. but a stubborn pride mixed with a growing, unsettling curiosity held me back. I was a practical man. I didn't believe in ghosts. There had to be an explanation, a rational one. I just hadn't found it yet. That night's sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside was amplified. I kept seeing the rocking chair swaying in the gloom. I decided then and there that I needed to find answers. I couldn't live like this, on edge, constantly afraid. The next morning, I started researching. My unreliable landline and even more unreliable dial-up internet connection made it a slow, frustrating process. I searched for local history, for anything about the old farmhouse. Who had lived there? Had anything tragic happened? I spent hours poring over dusty old newspaper archives I managed to access online and scanning through local historical society websites. The connection was agonizingly slow, often cutting out entirely, but I persevered. What I found was sparse. The house was built in the late 1800s. It had been a working farm for generations, belonging to a family named Pritchard. The last of the Pritchards, an elderly couple, had passed away about 5 years ago, leaving no direct heirs. Their distant relatives had inherited the property, found it too remote and too much work, and quickly put it on the market, which was how it ended up in my lap. There were no scandalous stories, no murders, no suicides, nothing dramatic. Just a quiet family living a simple farming life. It was frustrating. I was hoping for a clear, tangible event to explain the phenomena. Instead, I had nothing but ordinary history. However, one small detail caught my eye, mentioned in an old census record. The Pritchards had had a daughter, a little girl named Eliza, who had died young at the age of 6 from scarlet fever in 1912. It was a sad but not uncommon tragedy for the time. 6 years old, a small girl. My mind immediately went to the small bare footprint in the attic, and the delicate, old-fashioned melody I sometimes thought I heard. Could it be a child? The thought sent a new wave of unease through me, but also a strange sense of something less menacing, perhaps even sorrowful. A child's spirit. It sounded utterly ludicrous, but it was the first thing that offered any kind of coherent narrative. I started leaving small offerings. It felt silly, superstitious, but I was desperate. I left a small, smooth stone I found in the creek by the back door and an old, tarnished silver locket I'd found in one of the junk boxes in the attic on the mantelpiece. I didn't speak aloud to it, just placed them there, a silent gesture. Gus watched me, his tail giving a tentative wag. For a few days, things were quiet. The moved objects ceased. The whispers faded. The chilling drafts vanished. The house seemed to settle, to breathe. I started to relax, thinking perhaps the presence had acknowledged my offerings, or maybe my focused research had somehow diffused whatever energy was causing the disturbances. I even ventured back into the dining room, taking the sheet off the rocking chair. It sat still, unmoving, just an old piece of furniture. I returned to my renovation work with renewed vigor, almost convincing myself that the whole episode had been a product of stress and isolation. I was in the master bedroom, stripping old wallpaper, a task both tedious and satisfying. The wallpaper, a faded floral pattern, peeled off in brittle strips, revealing layers of paint and plaster beneath. It was a warm, sunny afternoon, and the light streamed in through the window. Gus was outside, happily exploring the newly mowed patch of grass near the back porch. As I pulled off a particularly stubborn section of wallpaper, I noticed something underneath. Not another layer of paint, but a small, carefully drawn sketch directly on the plaster. It was a crayon drawing, faded but still discernible. A stick figure of a little girl, holding hands with a larger stick figure of a woman, with a crude house drawn in the background. Beneath it, in shaky, childlike handwriting, were 3 words: Eliza loves Mama. My breath caught in my throat. Eliza, the little girl from the census records. This wasn't just a house. This was her home, her last home. I felt a profound sadness wash over me. This wasn't a malicious entity. This was a child who had died too young, perhaps still tied to the only home she had ever known and to the mother she loved. The moved objects, the whispers, the rocking chair, they weren't attempts to scare me away, but perhaps attempts to communicate or simply echoes of a life once lived. I carefully peeled back the rest of the wallpaper around the drawing, exposing it fully. It was touching, heartbreaking even. I couldn't bring myself to paint over it. I decided then that I would frame it, incorporate it into the room as a tribute to Eliza. This house, I realized, wasn't just a project. It had a history and a spirit, and I was now a part of it. That night I felt a calm I hadn't experienced since moving in. The house felt peaceful. I had acknowledged Eliza. I had given her a voice, a place. Gus was curled up by my feet in the living room, sleeping soundly, no longer alert or anxious. I made myself a simple dinner and sat down at the small kitchen table, planning the next steps for the renovation. I was tired but content. The air was still, warm from the fading sun. As I took a bite of my sandwich, a sound reached my ears. It wasn't a creak or a whisper or a thump. It was the faint, unmistakable sound of a child humming. It was the same indistinct, old-fashioned melody I'd heard before, but this time it was clearer, closer. It seemed to emanate from the master bedroom, the room where I'd found the drawing. It was soft, sweet, and filled with a gentle, melancholic quality. I stopped chewing my fork halfway to my mouth. Gus's ears twitched. He lifted his head, then settled back down, his eyes remaining closed, almost as if he was used to it, or had even been expecting it. The humming continued for a few moments, a lullaby-like tune. It was so real, so distinct, that I could almost imagine Eliza, a small spectral figure, standing in that room humming to herself. A chill went down my spine, but this time it wasn't one of fear. It was a chill of wonder, of awe, of something ancient and beautiful and deeply sad. Then, as gently as it began, it faded. The silence returned, not heavy this time, but light, almost tender. I sat there for a long time, listening to the quiet, letting the moment sink in. I had come to this house seeking peace and quiet. I had found something entirely different, something I couldn't explain, couldn't rationalize, but something I was beginning to understand. The house was alive in its own way, and I was no longer alone. The realization settled deep within me. This wasn't just about moving a knife or a rocking chair anymore. This was about a presence, a story, and I, for better or worse, was now part of it. I had to learn to live with Eliza, to respect her space, and perhaps to help her find her own peace. The renovation wasn't just about flipping a house anymore. It was about making a home for both of us, seen and unseen. I spent the next few days in a strange state of heightened awareness, but also a new kind of acceptance. I still worked on the house, but now I worked with a different mindset. I spoke to the walls, to the empty rooms, sometimes addressing Eliza directly. "What do you think of this color, Eliza?" I'd ask as I painted a wall. "Do you like the way the light catches here?" It felt less like I was talking to myself and more like I was sharing my thoughts with a quiet companion. The responses, if they were responses, were subtle. Sometimes a door I had just closed would creak open an inch or two. Other times I would find a small, smooth pebble on a windowsill when I hadn't placed there myself. And the humming, that soft, wistful melody, would sometimes drift through the house, usually when I was feeling particularly content or reflective. It was never frightening, only melancholic. I decided to dedicate a corner of the master bedroom, where I'd found her drawing, to Eliza. I cleared a small space, bought a delicate antique doll from a second-hand shop in Mapleton, and placed it on a small, freshly painted shelf. Next to it, I put the tarnished locket and the smooth stone I'd found by the creek. I left the drawing exposed, carefully covering it with a sheet of clear acrylic to protect it from paint and dust. It was a small memorial, a gesture of recognition. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept soundly in the master bedroom, my bed no longer barricaded. Gus, instead of sleeping by the door, curled up on the rug near the small memorial, his breathing even and deep. The air in the room felt lighter, warmer, almost peaceful. But this peace, I would soon learn, was fragile. It was the calm before a different kind of storm. The humming continued, a gentle presence, but the subtle incidents began to shift. They became less about objects moving and more about changes in the environment, changes I couldn't easily dismiss as the antics of a child's spirit. One morning, I woke up to a peculiar smell, not the usual damp earth or old wood, but something else, something floral and cloying like lilies, but mixed with a faint metallic tang. It was strongest in the hallway outside my bedroom, and it seemed to cling to the air, making it feel thick and heavy. I opened windows, but the smell lingered, a strange, unpleasant perfume. Gus kept sniffing the air, his nose wrinkling in distaste. Later that day, while sanding the dining room floor, I noticed an odd discoloration on the newly exposed hardwood. It was a dark, spreading stain, almost like water damage, but it wasn't wet. It seemed to emanate from the spot where the rocking chair usually sat. I tried to sand it out, but it resisted, the dark mark seeming to absorb the light. It was as if the wood itself was bleeding or weeping. The stain wasn't there before, I was sure of it. I'd sanded that area just 2 days prior. I felt a growing unease. These weren't the gentle, almost playful signs of Eliza anymore. The sickly sweet smell, the persistent, weeping stain, they felt heavier, darker, more oppressive. The humming stopped, the delicate pebbles on the windowsill vanished. The house grew silent again, but it was a different kind of silence this time. A watchful, waiting silence, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Gus became withdrawn, no longer exploring, but clinging to my side, his tail tucked low, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows. He'd occasionally let out a low growl at nothing, a deep, rumbling sound that spoke of genuine fear. I found myself increasingly exhausted, not from the physical labor, but from the constant tension, the draining sense of being observed. I felt my energy being siphoned away, my usually robust health starting to flag. Dark circles appeared under my eyes, my appetite waned. One evening, I was taking a shower, the steam filling the small bathroom, when the temperature of the water suddenly plummeted to icy cold. I yelped, jumping back, stumbling out of the shower. The bathroom was filled with the sudden chill, and as I shivered, wrapped in a towel, I saw my reflection in the steamed-up mirror. Behind my own blurry image, for a fleeting instant, I saw another. A dark, indistinct shape, tall and gaunt, looming just over my shoulder. It had no discernible features, just a darker shadow against the steamy glass, a distortion of light that wasn't mine. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving only my own startled face staring back. My breath caught in my throat. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just the small, steamy bathroom. The air was frigid, raising goosebumps all over my body. This was not Eliza. This was something else, something far more menacing. The fear that had been a creeping presence now surged, overwhelming and suffocating. This wasn't a sad child spirit. This was an intruder, a malevolent force that felt much older, much darker than the simple tragedy of a little girl. My practical mind, once so stubborn in its disbelief, was finally shattered. I dressed quickly, my hands trembling. Gus was waiting for me outside the bathroom door, whimpering. He looked up at me, his eyes wide and full of fear, then he whined and backed away, pressing himself against the opposite wall, staring at the bathroom door as if something unspeakable lurked within. He refused to enter, even to drink from his water bowl, which was just inside the threshold. The house had shifted. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive dread. The peace I'd found was gone, replaced by a palpable sense of menace. The drawing of Eliza on the wall, once a comfort, now felt like a cruel joke, a distraction from the true nature of the house. I had misjudged it, misinterpreted everything. The next few days were a living nightmare. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I moved my bed back to the living room next to Gus, but even there I felt watched, preyed upon. The chilling drafts became more frequent, localized, like an icy breath against my neck. Objects didn't just move, they were sometimes thrown. A glass from the kitchen counter crashed to the floor, shattering when no one was near it. A picture frame flew off the wall in the dining room, hitting the opposite wall with a sickening thud. The smells intensified. The cloying floral scent, now mixed with something acrid, almost burnt, seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. It clung to my clothes, to Gus's fur, to the very air I breathed. Gus was a wreck. He barked at shadows, cowered in corners, and followed me everywhere, his body trembling, a constant low whine in his throat. He refused to be left alone for even a moment. His fur bristled constantly, and he would stare, transfixed and terrified, at empty spaces, sometimes letting out a low, guttural growl that was pure primal fear. One morning I was downstairs making coffee, trying to cling to some semblance of routine, when I heard a loud, violent bang from upstairs, like a door being slammed with tremendous force. I jumped, spilling hot coffee on my hand. Gus, who had been lying nervously by my feet, scrambled to his feet, barking furiously, his hackles fully raised, his teeth bared. He wasn't just scared now, he was enraged, ready to fight. I crept towards the stairs, my heart pounding. Another bang, this time from the attic access panel in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway. It sounded like something was trying to break through. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice cracking, echoing through the silent house. There was no reply, only the sound of my own ragged breath. Then the banging stopped. The house fell utterly silent, too silent. Gus, still growling, tugged at my pant leg, pulling me towards the back door. He wanted out. He wanted to escape. And for the first time, I felt the desperate urge to follow him. I stood there paralyzed, a primal fear seizing me. The house was no longer a project, a home, or even a sad, haunted place. It was a cage, and whatever was in it was now actively trying to make me aware of its power, its presence. It had moved beyond subtle communication and was now directly threatening. I backed away slowly from the stairs, my eyes darting around the living room, feeling the oppressive weight of unseen eyes on me. Gus was pulling harder now, digging his claws into the wood floor, whimpering desperately. He wasn't just asking to go outside, he was pleading for salvation. I looked at the back door. The sun was streaming through the window pane, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Outside, the birds were singing. It was a beautiful day, but inside I was suffocating. I couldn't stay here, not anymore. I had to get out. I grabbed my car keys from the hook by the door, scooped up Gus, who was still trembling, and practically ran for the exit. My only thought was to escape, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that house. I didn't care about the renovation, the profit, or my stubborn pride. I only cared about getting away from the malevolent presence that had taken root in my new life. As I fumbled with the locks, I felt a distinct, icy touch on the back of my neck and heard a faint, guttural chuckle right in my ear. A cold, dreadful laugh that wasn't human. It was the last straw. I fumbled with the locks. I felt a distinct, icy touch on the back of my neck and heard a faint, guttural chuckle right in my ear. A cold, dreadful laugh that wasn't human. It was the last straw. I tore open the back door, practically throwing Gus into the sunlight, and scrambled out after him, slamming it shut behind me with such force that the old wood shuddered. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Gus, surprisingly spry for his age and terror, shot ahead, tearing across the overgrown yard towards my truck. I fumbled for the keys in my shaking hand, my breath ragged, my lungs burning. The image of that dark shadow in the mirror, the sound of that laugh, they were seared into my mind. This wasn't a game, and it wasn't Eliza. This was pure, unadulterated evil. I yanked open the truck door, Gus leaping inside before I even had it fully ajar, scrabbling onto the passenger seat. He pressed himself against the back of the seat, whimpering, his body vibrating with fear. I jumped in, slammed the door, and shoved the key into the ignition, my hands clumsy. The engine turned over with a cough, then roared to life, a comforting, mechanical sound against the utter silence of the woods. I jammed it into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and backed out of the driveway, never once taking my eyes off the rearview mirror. The house loomed behind me, silent, dark, and utterly menacing, watching my retreat. I didn't see anything, no movement in the windows, no shadowy figures, but I felt it, a heavy, palpable presence, a weight of malevolence that seemed to settle over the entire property. Once on the county road, I floored it, the old truck rumbling and rattling as I sped away. Gus remained huddled, only occasionally lifting his head to glance nervously out the window. The further we drove, the more the immediate panic began to recede, replaced by a cold, numbing shock. What had just happened? What had I gotten myself into? My carefully constructed world, built on logic and pragmatism, had been utterly demolished. I drove for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 30 or 40 minutes before the first familiar signs of Mapleton appeared. The small, unassuming buildings, the dusty general store, the old gas station. It was a beacon of normalcy, a lifeline to a reality I felt I was rapidly losing grip on. I didn't know where I was going, just that I needed to be among people, away from that. My stomach growled, a faint reminder of how long it had been since I'd eaten. The diner. It was the only place open this late in the afternoon that offered hot food and human interaction. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, the tires crunching loudly. Gus, sensing a temporary reprieve, uncurled slightly, letting out a soft sigh. The diner was mostly empty, just a couple of old-timers nursing coffee at the counter, and a family in a booth near the back. The air was thick with the smell of fried onions and stale coffee, a surprisingly comforting aroma after the cloying stench in the house. I slid into a booth by the window, Gus settling immediately under the table, his head resting on my foot, a tentative whimper escaping him. A waitress, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a tired smile, came over with a menu. Her name tag read Brenda. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," she said, her voice warm. "Haven't seen you in a while, dear. Rough day out at the old Pritchard place." I flinched at the mention of the house. She noticed it, her smile faltering slightly. "Something wrong?" she asked, her eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her face. I hesitated. My usual response would be a dismissive shrug, a quick change of subject, but I couldn't do it. Not after what I'd just experienced. I looked at Gus, who was still trembling faintly under the table, then back at Brenda. "You could say that," I said, my voice rough, my throat unexpectedly tight. It's a difficult house. Brenda leaned against the table, her gaze steady. Difficult how? She asked, her tone softer now, less jovial. The other patrons in the diner seemed not to notice us, engrossed in their own quiet conversations. I think it's haunted, I blurted out, the words tumbling out before I could censor them. It felt liberating to finally say it aloud, to give voice to the terror. Brenda didn't laugh, she didn't even look surprised. Her expression remained neutral, perhaps a hint of sadness around her eyes. She picked up the coffee pot from the warmer. You want a cup of coffee first. Strong, black, looks like you need it. I nodded, grateful. She poured me a mug, the steam rising invitingly. As I wrapped my cold hands around it, I felt a tiny bit of warmth seep back into my bones. The Pritchard place, she said, pulling up a chair and sitting opposite me, lowering her voice. It's always been quiet, always had a reputation. A reputation for what? I asked, leaning forward, my heart starting to pound again, this time with a frantic hope for answers. For keeping its secrets, she replied, stirring her own coffee, and sometimes for not letting go of them. She glanced around the mostly empty diner. Not many folks talk about it openly. Mapleton folks, we tend to keep to ourselves, don't like to spread stories that might scare off new blood. She gave me a wry, knowing look, but some things everyone knows deep down. What do you know, Brenda? I urged, my voice desperate. Please tell me. She took a sip of her coffee, her gaze drifting out the window as if seeing something far away. Old man Pritchard, he was a good man, salt of the earth. His wife Martha, she was a quiet thing, kept to herself even more than most. But they had a little girl, Eliza. Died young, scarlet fever, back in '12. Heartbreaking it was, town never quite forgot that. Martha, she never quite got over it. People said she changed after that. Got even quieter, spent all her time in the house, hardly came out. I found a drawing, I interrupted, in Eliza's old room, of her and her mother. Brenda nodded slowly. I heard she was quite the artist, that little one, always drawing. Martha kept everything. You know, parents do that after a loss, keep every scrap, every memory. She paused, then lowered her voice further. But it wasn't just sadness, dear. Folks started saying Martha, she wasn't alone in that house anymore. Said Eliza was still there, playing, humming. I heard the humming, I whispered, a chill running down my spine despite the warm coffee. I thought it was her. I made her a memorial. Brenda looked at me, her eyes filled with sympathy. You did a good thing, son, a kind thing. But Eliza, she wasn't the only one. What do you mean? I asked, my blood turning to ice. Martha, she got desperate to keep Eliza with her. Heard she dabbled in things not meant for God-fearing folk. Old country ways, folk magic, spiritualism, trying to hold on to her baby. And when you open those doors, son, sometimes you let in more than you bargained for. My mind flashed back to the dark shadow in the mirror, the guttural laugh. There's something else in that house, isn't there? Brenda sighed a heavy, tired sound. People say after Martha passed, the house was empty for a long time. No one wanted to touch it. Stories faded a bit like old wallpaper, but those who knew, they remembered. Martha's desperation, Eliza's innocence, and whatever Martha pulled in with her trying to keep her daughter. A shadow, they called it. Not a ghost, not a spirit. A shadow. Something that feeds on attachment, on grief, on loneliness. Yet it feels evil, I said, my voice barely audible. It threw things, it laughed, it touched me. Brenda nodded gravely. That sounds like it. It clings, it attaches, and it grows, especially when someone new comes in, all alone, trying to make a life there like you were. She gave me a sad smile. You stirred things up, son. You woke it up. So what do I do? I asked, feeling a desperate plea in my voice. I can't go back there, but everything I own is in that house. My whole investment, my future. You don't go back in alone, Brenda stated firmly. Not if what you're saying is true, and I believe you. Some things are best left alone. Some battles aren't meant for one man. She reached across the table and patted my hand. You're a good man trying to do right by that little girl, but this ain't about Eliza anymore. This is about keeping yourself safe. Who can help me? I asked, feeling a glimmer of hope amidst the dread. Is there anyone in town who deals with this kind of thing? Brenda hesitated, then chewed on her lip. There's an old woman, lives out past Miller's Creek, about 10 miles deeper into the woods than you. Ilara, her name is. Folks call her the wise woman or hedge witch, depending on if they're asking for a cure for their arthritis or wanting to keep evil spirits away from their barns. She might be able to help. She knows about old ways. Zalara, I repeated, committing the name to memory. How do I find her? Brenda gave me directions, a winding path through increasingly dense woods, past forgotten logging roads and abandoned homesteads. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale or a horror story, but at this point I was willing to try anything. Thank you, Brenda, I said, truly grateful. Thank you so much. Don't mention it, dear, just be careful, and maybe get yourself some dinner. You look like you've seen a ghost. She chuckled, but it was a nervous sound, or worse. I ordered a plate of Brenda's meatloaf and mashed potatoes, forcing myself to eat, though every bite felt like ash in my mouth. Gus, still subdued, ate his own bowl of kibble I'd grabbed from the truck, occasionally looking up at me with worried eyes. The mundane act of eating, surrounded by the comforting sounds of a small-town diner, was a stark contrast to the terror I'd just fled. It gave me a moment to compose myself, to formulate a plan. I couldn't go back to the house alone, not now, but I couldn't abandon my entire life's savings either. I needed to understand what I was up against, and I needed help. Ilara, the wise woman, seemed like my only option. The drive to Ilara's house was indeed long and winding, testing the limits of my truck and my nerves. The sun had set, and the woods pressed in on the narrow dirt track, a solid wall of darkness. My headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating ancient trees and gnarled roots. Gus, curled on the seat beside me, occasionally whined softly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint light flickering through the trees. A small, ramshackle cabin, far older than my farmhouse, came into view. Smoke curled lazily from its stone chimney, and a faint glow emanated from its windows. It was rustic, almost primitive, nestled deep in the heart of the wilderness. This was a place where the old ways still held sway. I parked the truck some distance away, not wanting to startle anyone. As I approached the cabin, I noticed strange symbols carved into the door frame and painted on the window sills, intricate, swirling patterns that looked ancient and protective. A large, shaggy dog, a breed I couldn't identify in the dim light, suddenly appeared from the shadows, letting out a deep, resonant bark. Gus bristled, but remained silent. The cabin door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman. She was small and hunched, with a face like a road map of wrinkles, but her eyes, though deep-set, were sharp and incredibly clear, missing nothing. Her hair, a tangled mess of white, was streaked with gray and tied back with a leather thong. She wore simple, homespun clothes and clutched a gnarled walking stick. "Well now," she rasped, her voice surprisingly strong, "look what the night dragged in. Thought you were lost for a moment. But you found your way, didn't you, boy?" Her gaze fixed on me, then shifted to Gus, who was still warily eyeing her dog. "Are you Ilara?" I asked, feeling a strange mix of apprehension and relief. She nodded slowly. That I am, and you're the one from the Pritchard place, I reckon. Took you long enough to come knocking. My jaw dropped. How did you know? She gave a knowing smirk, revealing a missing tooth. The trees whisper, dear. The wind carries tales. And your dog, he carries the scent of fear and something old. Come in. You look like you need a cup of something hot and a story to tell. I followed her into the cabin. The air inside was warm, thick with the smell of wood smoke, dried herbs, and something else, something earthy and ancient. The interior was small, cluttered with shelves full of jars, dried plants, bundles of feathers, and strange talismans. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, a pot simmering over the flames, filling the room with a pungent, herbal aroma. Ilara gestured to a stool by the fire. Gus, after a moment of hesitation, entered, sticking close to my heels, while Ilara's dog settled calmly by the hearth. The old woman poured me a steaming mug of dark, aromatic tea. It tasted of mint, pine, and something faintly bitter, yet strangely soothing. I sat there sipping the tea and told her everything, from the dulling paint to the moved knife, to Eliza's humming, and finally to the dark shadow, the object's throne, and the chilling, inhuman chuckle. I left nothing out, the words pouring out of me in a torrent, eager for someone to finally understand. Ilara listened patiently, her eyes never leaving my face, occasionally nodding or making a soft hum. When I finished, the cabin was silent, save for the crackle of the fire and Gus's soft breathing. She said finally, her voice low. Brenda was right. You got a shadow in your house, boy, a hungry one. A shadow, I asked. What is it exactly? It ain't a ghost, not truly, she explained, picking up a smooth, dark stone from a shelf and turning it over in her gnarled fingers. A ghost is a soul, a memory of a person tied to a place or a grief. Eliza, she's a ghost, a lost child still humming her mama's lullabies, wanting to be remembered. What you're dealing with, it's something else. Something Martha conjured, trying to keep Eliza. A tether, a binding, but the dead, they don't like to be bound. And when you bind one spirit, sometimes you open a door for another, a different kind of spirit, an opportunist. It latched onto Eliza, I asked, remembering Brenda's words. Not onto Eliza herself, Ilara corrected, but onto the grief. Martha's grief, Eliza's loss, that's what it feeds on. It's a parasite growing stronger on sorrow and despair. It mimics, it manipulates. It used Eliza's presence to get its hooks in you, to make you believe it was just a sad child. But once you accepted it, once you made peace with it, that's when it started to show its true face. My blood ran cold. The peace I felt, it was all a trick. She confirmed gravely. It needed you to feel safe, to let your guard down. Then it started to drain you, to push, to test your limits. It likes fear. It thrives on it. That sudden chill, that draining exhaustion you felt, that was it feeding. And now it's angry, because you tried to leave. It doesn't want you to leave. It wants to keep you there in its misery. It wants to consume you, boy, slowly. I shivered, feeling a profound sickness in my stomach. How do I get rid of it? Ilara leaned forward, her sharp eyes boring into mine. You can't just get rid of something that's taken root like that. It's too strong now, too deeply entwined with the house, with Eliza's spirit. You have two choices. You can run and never look back, abandon the house, your money, everything. It will eventually find another, but it won't follow you once you're truly gone and detached. Or you can fight it. But fighting it means fighting it in its own territory. And it won't be easy. It wants you to stay. I can't just abandon everything, I said, a stubborn knot forming in my gut. That house, it was supposed to be my new beginning. It can still be, Ilara said, her gaze unwavering, but not without a fight. and not without understanding what you're truly up against. You can't drive it out with a broom and a prayer, boy. You need to understand its nature, and you need to sever its ties not just to the house but to Eliza. That child needs to be set free. How do I do that? I asked, feeling overwhelmed but also a surge of determination. You need to walk the old path, she said, rising slowly from her chair. You need to learn how to cleanse, how to protect, and how to release. It will take time, and it will take courage. Are you willing to do what's necessary? Yes, I said without hesitation. The thought of running away, of letting that thing win, was unbearable. Ilara smiled, a faint, almost mischievous glint in her eyes. Good, because if you truly want your house back, you're going to have to make it your own again. And that means understanding what makes it tick, both seen and unseen. Over the next few days, I became Ilara's apprentice of sorts. I stayed in her small cabin, sleeping on a cot by the fire, with Gus curled up beside me. We ate simple, hearty meals she cooked over the hearth and spent hours talking, learning, and preparing. Ilara told me stories of the land, of the old ways, of the delicate balance between worlds. She taught me about the properties of herbs, the significance of symbols, and the power of intention. She explained that the shadow thrived on stagnation and negativity. It fed on the absence of light, both literally and metaphorically. The dulling paint, the weeping stain, these were not just physical changes, but spiritual ones, reflections of the shadow's oppressive presence. First, she said, we must clean the vessel, your body, your mind, and your space. You're exhausted because it's draining your energy. We need to build up your own defenses before you step back into that house. She made me drink bitter concoctions of herbs, bathed me in infusions of essential oils, and taught me breathing exercises to center myself. She had me meditate by the creek, focusing on the flow of water, on the resilience of nature. She also taught me about wards, not just physical symbols, but energetic barriers, crafted with intent and conviction. The shadow can't stand light, life, and movement, she explained. It thrives in the stagnant, forgotten places. You started renovating, you brought life back into the house. That disturbed it. It tried to scare you off. Then you made peace with Eliza. You brought light and recognition. That allowed it to feed more subtly. Now it's trying to reclaim its darkness. She explained the significance of Eliza's drawing. That drawing is her last tether, boy, her memory, her innocence. The shadow uses it, warps it. We need to release Eliza first. Help her find her true rest. That's the only way to truly weaken the shadow's hold. It can't cling to a house that is no longer held by grief. The thought of facing the house again filled me with dread, but Ilara's calm assurance and Gus's renewed, though still cautious, energy gave me strength. He seemed to respond well to Ilara, sensing her protective nature. He'd even started playing with her shaggy dog, a sign that some of the fear was slowly being replaced by trust. After almost a week, Ilara declared me ready. You're stronger now, she said, her eyes piercing. Your spirit is fortified, but remember, the house is still the shadow's domain. We go in, we cleanse, we release, and we protect. And you do not, under any circumstances, engage with it directly. You ignore its taunts. You focus on your purpose. Our plan was simple, yet daunting. We would return to the house at sunrise, the time of new beginnings and strongest light. We would carry protective items, salt, bundles of dried sage and cedar, candles, and vials of holy water Ilara had blessed. Our primary objective was to cleanse Eliza's room and release her spirit, thereby breaking the shadow's strongest tie to the house. The morning we set out was crisp and clear, the sun already warming the air. Gus, riding in the truck bed this time, seemed less anxious, though still wary. Ilara sat beside me, her gnarled hands resting on a wooden box filled with her tools. Her dog, a stoic guardian, walked ahead of us, sniffing the path. As we drove down the county road, the air grew colder, heavier. A mist seemed to cling to the trees around the property, even though the rest of the forest was bathed in sunlight. The house emerged from the gloom, looking even more desolate and menacing than I remembered. Its windows, like vacant eyes, stared out from under the eaves. I parked the truck in the driveway, and Alara stepped out, her movements slow but deliberate. She walked around the perimeter of the property, chanting softly in a language I didn't understand, sprinkling salt and herbs from a small pouch. Gus remained close to me, his hackles slightly raised, but he didn't whine or bark. He seemed to be relying on Alara's strength. "This will create a temporary barrier," she explained, her voice low. "It won't stop it, but it will slow it down, keep it contained. Give us time to do our work." We approached the back door, the same door I'd fled through just days before. The air was thick and cold, even outside. The cloying floral scent was back, stronger than ever, mixed with that acrid, burnt smell. It clung to my nostrils, making my stomach churn. "It knows we're here," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Good," Alara replied, her eyes sharp. "Let it know, let it feel our resolve." She produced a small, intricate key from her pouch, one I'd never seen before, and carefully inserted it into the lock. It wasn't my key, but it turned with a soft click. "This house has many locks, boy," she said. "Some seen, some unseen." The door swung open, revealing the dark, silent kitchen. The smell was overpowering now, suffocating. The air was frigid, raising goosebumps on my arms. Gus let out a low growl, then squeezed past me, entering the house with a newfound bravery, taking a defensive stance. He truly was my companion. "Remember your training," Alara reminded me, her hand resting on my shoulder. "Focus, intention, do not let it provoke you." We stepped inside. The kitchen was just as I'd left it, though an unnatural layer of dust seemed to have settled over everything, dulling the surfaces. The shattered glass from the night of my escape was still on the floor, now scattered in a wider radius, as if something had brushed against it or kicked it. As we walked through the living room, a heavy thud came from upstairs, followed by the distinct sound of something dragging slowly across the floorboards. The air grew colder, the oppressive feeling intensifying. The humming began again, not the wistful lullaby I remembered, but a discordant, distorted version, wavering and sinister. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It's trying to intimidate us," Alara said, her voice steady, despite the unsettling sounds. "Do not acknowledge it." We reached the master bedroom. The door, which I had left wide open, was now tightly shut. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of malice. Alara took a deep breath, then produced a small wooden crucifix from her pouch. She held it up, touched it to the doorknob, and then pushed the door open. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess. My bed was overturned, blankets and sheets strewn across the floor. My dresser drawers were pulled out, clothes tossed everywhere. The small memorial I had created for Eliza was smashed, the antique doll broken, the locket and stone missing. The clear acrylic covering Eliza's drawing was shattered, the drawing itself defaced with what looked like black, tar-like scratches, obscuring the figures of Eliza and her mother. A wave of impotent fury washed over me. This wasn't just malevolence, it was desecration. It was a direct insult, a deliberate act of spite. "Bastard," I snarled, taking a step forward. "No," Alara hissed, grabbing my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Don't let it win. It wants your anger. It wants your fear. Focus on Eliza." She moved past me, walking calmly into the desecrated room. She knelt by the defaced drawing, her eyes fixed on the black marks. "This is its anger," she murmured. "Its true nature. It fears losing its hold." Ilara began to chant again, her voice a low hum against the distorted, omnipresent humming that now filled the house. She pulled out a small bowl of water and began to gently wipe away the black marks from the drawing, revealing Eliza's simple crayon figures beneath. As she cleaned, the air in the room seemed to lighten, the oppressive weight lifting, just a fraction. "We must release her now," Ilara said, turning to me. "We will speak to her and send her on her way. You lead the way, boy. This is your house, your truth. Tell her it's okay to go." My heart pounded. I looked at the drawing, at the small, innocent stick figures. "Eliza," I began, my voice trembling. "Eliza, I know you're here, and I know you loved your mama, but it's time to go home. Your true home. This house, it's not safe for you anymore. It's time to rest." As I spoke, the humming intensified, growing louder, more frantic, taking on a mocking, wailing quality. The floorboards above us groaned, as if something heavy was being dragged across them, back and forth, back and forth. A sharp, stinging scent like ammonia filled the room. Ilara ignored it all, her gaze fixed on the drawing. She took a small feather from her pouch and gently brushed it over the cleaned crayon figures, as if tracing Eliza's path. "Go, little one," she whispered. "Go to the light, be free. Mama is waiting." I closed my eyes, picturing a warm, golden light, a path for Eliza to follow. I felt a profound sorrow, a pang of loss for the innocent spirit I had briefly connected with, but it was also a feeling of immense relief, of purpose. "Go, Eliza," I said again, louder this time, my voice firm despite the chaos around us. "Be free." As the words left my lips, the mocking humming ceased abruptly. The dragging sound stopped. The room fell utterly silent. The air seemed to hold its breath. Then a faint, sweet melody, the true lullaby, drifted through the room, clear and pure, emanating from the drawing itself. It lasted only a few seconds, then faded completely, leaving behind a silence that felt different now. Lighter, empty but not desolate, peaceful but not stagnant. Ilara smiled, a genuine, relieved smile. "She's gone," she said softly. "She's finally at peace, now for the other." But even as she spoke, the house seemed to recoil. The windows rattled violently, despite no wind. The floor beneath us shuddered. A cold, furious roar, deep and guttural, erupted from the shadows, echoing through the empty rooms, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. It was no longer playing games. It was directly attacking. "It's angry," I stated, my blood running cold. "Aye," Ilara confirmed, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. "Angry that its tether is cut, angry that its meal has left. Now we face it directly, but not with fear, with light." She stood up, holding out the wooden crucifix. "This room is cleansed of Eliza's spirit, but the shadow remains. We must drive it out of the house entirely." She pulled out a bundle of dried sage and cedar, tied with red string, and handed it to me. "Light this," she commanded, "and walk through every room, every corner. Push the smoke, drive out the darkness. I will follow, protecting our path." My hands trembled slightly as I lit the herbs. A fragrant plume of smoke immediately filled the air, thick and sweet. Gus, sensing the shift in intent, began to bark, a sharp, challenging sound, and followed closely as Ilara led the way, crucifix held high, chanting. We moved through the house, room by room, driving the smoke into every nook and cranny. As we entered each space, the coldness intensified, the smell grew more acrid, and objects would sometimes shake or rattle. In the kitchen, the cupboards suddenly flew open, crashing against the walls. In the living room, the old grandfather clock swayed violently, its pendulum wildly swinging. But Alara remained unfazed, her chanting unwavering, her gaze steady. "Begone, foul presence," she chanted, her voice growing in strength. "Return to the darkness from whence you came. This house is claimed by light, by life, by its rightful owner." I walked behind her, pushing the smoke, focusing all my will and intention on driving the shadow away. I was no longer afraid. I was fueled by a fierce determination, a righteous anger at what this thing had done, at the peace it had stolen. Gus, surprisingly brave, barked at unseen things, nipping at the edges of the dark energy, a small, courageous warrior. When we reached the dining room, the rocking chair was swaying wildly, back and forth, faster than any human could push it. The dark stain on the floor seemed to pulse, a deeper, blacker hue. "This is its lair," Alara said, her voice strained. "Its anchor point. Hit it hard, boy." I moved towards the rocking chair, pushing the smoldering sage directly into its frantic motion. The chair shrieked, a grating, unearthly sound of tortured wood, and then flew backward, crashing against the far wall with splintering force, shattering into pieces. A black, viscous liquid, impossibly dark and foul-smelling, seeped from the broken wood, spreading across the floorboards. "Now the stain," Ilara commanded, sprinkling a handful of coarse salt over the spreading darkness. The salt sizzled, as if on a hot griddle, emitting a thin, sickly smoke. The stain hissed, receding slowly, reluctantly, as if burned. We worked our way upstairs, pushing the smoke into the other bedrooms, into the small, unused bathroom. The shadow fought back fiercely, throwing doors open, rattling windows, letting out guttural snarls and whispers. But Alara's chanting and my determined smoke seemed to gain ground. Finally, we reached the attic access panel in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway. This was where the loud bang had come from, where Eliza's footprint had appeared. The air around it was like an icebox, radiating intense cold. "This is its last refuge," Alara stated, her voice tight with effort. "It wants to hide. It wants to escape your cleansing. Do not let it." I focused the smoke upwards, pushing it against the panel. The wood groaned, a faint wisp of darkness, like smoke itself, seemed to seep from the cracks around the panel, recoiling from the sage. Ilara raised her crucifix, her chanting now a powerful, resonant declaration. "By light and life, by earth and spirit, I cast thee out," she boomed, her voice echoing through the hallway. "Begone, begone from this place, never to return." As she spoke, the entire house seemed to shake, the floorboards beneath us vibrate. Aided, a deafening roar, like 1,000 anguished screams compressed into one unholy sound, ripped through the air, shaking the very foundations of the old farmhouse. It was a sound of pure, concentrated fury and despair, a sound that made my teeth ache and my bones vibrate. It wasn't human, wasn't animal. It was the sound of a primal, ancient darkness being torn from its anchor. The attic access panel above us buckled, groaning under an unseen pressure. The black, smoky wisps I'd seen earlier turned into a violent, churning vortex, twisting and writhing, fighting against the sage smoke and Alara's fervent chant. It was like watching a physical manifestation of evil struggling against the light. Gus, brave as he was, let out a terrified yelp and instinctively pressed himself against my leg, his body trembling uncontrollably, but he didn't run. He just huddled, whimpering, his gaze fixed on the twisting darkness. Ilara, however, stood her ground, unwavering. Her small, hunched figure seemed to grow, radiating an inner strength that defied the chaos. Her eyes, fixed on the attic opening, glowed with an intensity I hadn't seen before. The crucifix in her hand pulsed with a faint, golden light, the raw power of belief emanating from it. Her chanting reached a crescendo, a powerful, rhythmic beat that cut through the shadow's roar, echoing the ancient words of dismissal. "Begone, return to the void. You have no hold here, no claim, no power," she boomed, her voice resonating with an almost supernatural authority. "This house is cleansed, this land is free, this spirit is banished." With a final, ear-splitting shriek, a sound that felt like tearing fabric and splintering wood, the black vortex compressed, shrinking rapidly, then shot upwards with incredible speed, punching through the attic panel as if it were made of paper. There was a sound like a distant, booming thunderclap, and then silence. Absolute, profound silence. The house, which had been rattling and groaning moments before, settled. The floorboards stopped shaking. The air, thick with the acrid stench of the shadow, began to clear slowly, replaced by the calming, earthy scent of sage and cedar. The oppressive cold lifted, and I could feel the warmth of the morning sun trying to penetrate the windows once more. I stood there, gasping for breath, my muscles screaming from the tension. My heart hammered against my ribs, slowly beginning to slow its frantic rhythm. Gus, still pressed against my leg, let out a long, shaky sigh, then tentatively lifted his head, sniffing the air. He looked up at me, his eyes wide, but the terror that had consumed him for days was replaced by a bewildered curiosity. Ilara slowly lowered her crucifix, her shoulders slumping slightly, the intense light in her eyes dimming to a weary but satisfied glow. A bead of sweat traced a path down her wrinkled temple. She looked exhausted, but there was a quiet triumph in her gaze. "It is done," she whispered, her voice hoarse but clear. "It is gone, for now." "For now," I repeated, a fresh wave of anxiety washing over me. "It can come back." She nodded, walking slowly towards me, her every movement heavy. Such things, they are not easily destroyed. They are banished from this place. But they are still part of the fabric of the unseen world. If the conditions are right again, if the house is left to stagnate, if sorrow and despair take root, it could try to return. But it would be far weaker. And you, boy, you would be far stronger. She placed a hand on my shoulder, her grip firm. "This house," she said, looking around the now quiet hallway, "it's yours again, truly yours, but it needs care, constant care, not just paint and plaster, but spiritual care. You must keep it alive with light, with joy, with purpose. You must never let it become a place of stagnation and grief again." I looked up at the shattered attic access panel, a gaping hole in the ceiling, through which I could now see splintered wood and a sliver of the dusty attic beyond. The mess in Eliza's room, the broken rocking chair, the foul stain on the dining room floor, the physical evidence of the shadow's wrath. "What do we do now?" I asked, feeling a strange mix of relief and emptiness. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me feeling utterly drained. "Now," Ilara said, her eyes twinkling faintly, "we clean up the mess, and we bless the house, every inch of it. We invite light and life back in, and then you get to work, truly begin your new beginning." Over the next few hours, we methodically went through the house, cleaning, blessing, and repairing. Ilara, despite her age, moved with surprising energy, directing me with quiet authority. She showed me how to mix special cleansing washes for the floors and walls, using more herbs and essential oils. We opened every window, letting the fresh morning air stream in, chasing away the last vestiges of the cloying, burnt smell. We started in Eliza's room. The defaced drawing, thankfully, was largely intact after Ilara's initial cleaning, the black marks gone. She instructed me to carefully remove the shattered acrylic and take the drawing down. This drawing, she explained, holding it gently, it was a tether for Eliza, but it was also a source of her pain, and the shadow used it to mimic her. Now that she is free, this needs to be respected, but released from its hold on the house. She showed me how to make a small, intricately folded paper envelope, into which she placed the drawing, along with a pinch of dried lavender and a smooth white pebble. "This is for her," Alara said. "A peaceful journey. We will bury it outside, beneath a young tree. A new life, a new beginning for her spirit." We went outside into the crisp, sun-drenched yard. Gus, bounding ahead with newfound energy, began sniffing around happily, his tail wagging tentatively. Ilara chose a small sapling oak near the edge of the property, its leaves already unfurling with the promise of spring. With a small, ceremonial shovel, I dug a shallow hole, and together, with a quiet prayer for Eliza's eternal rest, we buried the drawing. As the last bit of earth covered the spot, I felt a lightness, a true sense of release that had nothing to do with adrenaline. Eliza was truly gone, truly at peace. Back inside, we continued the cleansing. The shattered rocking chair was carefully removed, piece by piece, from the dining room. Ilara told me to burn the wood, to completely destroy it, preventing any possibility of the shadow clinging to its former anchor. The dark stain on the floor, though still faintly visible after our earlier efforts, was scrubbed again with a powerful mixture of vinegar, salt, and consecrated water, until it finally faded into the natural grain of the wood, leaving only a memory. We replanted the small memorial for Eliza, this time in the corner of the master bedroom, not on a shelf, but on a small, consecrated patch of earth that Alara carefully prepared, using soil from the oak tree where Eliza's drawing was buried. We placed the mended doll, the locket, and the smooth stone there, a quiet tribute, not a lure. "This is a place of memory," Alara said, her voice soft. "Not a place of grief or longing. There is a difference." As we cleaned and blessed, the house slowly, perceptibly transformed. The air grew lighter, warmer. The shadows that had seemed to cling to the corners receded, replaced by natural light. The musty, oppressive odor was gone, replaced by the clean scents of wood, herbs, and fresh air. Even the silence felt different, no longer watchful and heavy, but open and welcoming. By late afternoon, the house was still a work in progress, but it felt fundamentally different. It was no longer a place of terror, but a home waiting to be loved. Ilara, satisfied, gathered her things. "The hardest part is over," she said, looking around the living room, which now felt spacious and clean. "But the work continues. This house needs your light, your life. Bring friends here. Fill it with laughter. Never let it go quiet for too long. And remember what you've learned. The wards I showed you, the cleansings, practice them. Keep your spirit strong." "Thank you, Alara," I said, my voice thick with emotion. I don't know how to repay you." She waved a dismissive hand. "Repay me by living well, boy, by making this house a beacon of light. That's repayment enough. And if you ever need me," she added, her eyes serious, "you know the way." She gave me a final, knowing look, then walked out, her shaggy dog trotting faithfully beside her. Gus, after giving her a final sniff and a tentative lick, nudged my hand, then settled contentedly at my feet, his tail giving a soft thud against the floor. He looked up at me, his eyes clear and calm, a dog finally at peace. I stood in the center of the living room, taking a deep breath. The house was quiet, truly quiet. The only sounds were the soft creaks of old wood settling, the distant chirping of birds outside, and Gus's gentle breathing. I was exhausted, physically and emotionally, but a profound sense of accomplishment and peace settled over me. I had faced my deepest fears, confronted the inexplicable, and somehow I had won. The renovation continued, but now it wasn't just about restoring a house. It was about infusing it with life, with light, with my own spirit. I worked with a renewed sense of purpose, a deeper connection to the old farmhouse. Every brushstroke of paint, every nail hammered, every floorboard polished felt like an act of reclaiming, of pushing back against the lingering memory of darkness. I made sure to implement Alara's advice. I kept the windows open as often as possible, letting in fresh air and sunlight. I made conscious efforts to fill the house with music, sometimes cheerful, sometimes contemplative, but always present. I called old friends, inviting them to visit, even if it was just for a weekend of camping out in the still unfinished rooms. The house needed human presence, human laughter, human warmth. I also diligently practiced the small rituals Alara had taught me. I regularly smudged the house with sage, focusing my intentions on purification and protection. I sprinkled salt along the windowsills and doorways. I learned to ground myself, to center my energy, to keep my own spirit strong and resilient. It felt less like superstition and more like a form of mindfulness, a way of actively tending to the spiritual health of my home. Gus thrived. He was no longer a nervous, cowering wreck, but a happy, energetic dog, exploring every corner of the property with a confident gait. His tail wagged almost constantly, and his gentle snores filled the house at night. His renewed vitality was a constant reassurance, a living barometer of the house's returning health. The renovation progressed steadily, though perhaps a bit slower than I had originally planned. There was so much to do, and I was doing most of it myself. I finished painting the master bedroom, the clean, light color a stark contrast to the faded wallpaper I'd stripped. I built new shelves, installed new fixtures, and replaced the shattered attic access panel with a sturdy new one. I even found a beautiful antique rocking chair at a market in a neighboring town, a gentle, unassuming piece that seemed to welcome quiet moments, not conjure them. I placed it in the dining room, a silent acknowledgement, a reclamation of that space. Life settled into a rhythm, mornings spent working, afternoons exploring the woods with Gus, evenings reading by the fire, the sounds of my own life filling the silence. I even started to enjoy the solitude, but it was a different kind of solitude now, not the isolating kind, but a peaceful, chosen quietude. One afternoon, several weeks after Alara's visit, I was in the kitchen making a simple lunch. The sun streamed through the newly cleaned windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Gus was asleep on the rug, basking in a patch of sunlight. The house felt warm, welcoming, alive. As I chopped vegetables, a faint, sweet scent drifted through the air. Not the cloying, sickly smell of lilies, but the delicate, fresh fragrance of wild honeysuckle, a scent I'd only ever encountered deep in the woods, blooming in hidden clearings. It was subtle, beautiful, and filled the kitchen with a gentle perfume. Gus stirred, lifting his head. His ears twitched. He looked around, then let out a soft sigh, his eyes half closed, a look of profound contentment on his face. He seemed to recognize the scent, and instead of fear, he showed only peace. I smiled. It was a faint whisper, a gentle reminder. Eliza. Not the tormented spirit, not the shadow's mimicry, but the innocent child, the girl who loved flowers and drew pictures of her mama. It was a sign, I thought, that she truly was at peace, moving on, but leaving behind a faint, beautiful echo of her presence, a sweet, lingering memory. It was a comforting thought, a quiet affirmation that I had done right by her. The experience had changed me. I was no longer the purely pragmatic, skeptical man who had bought the house. my worldview had expanded, stretching to encompass things I could not see, touch, or logically explain. I had learned about courage, about resilience, and about the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. I had learned that a home was more than just walls and a roof. It was a living entity, a repository of stories, of emotions, of spirits. My new home, the old Pritchard farmhouse, was truly mine now. It was a place of healing, a place of peace, a place where a new beginning had truly taken root. I looked forward to each day, to each new project, to the quiet companionship of Gus, and to the faint, sweet scent of honeysuckle that occasionally drifted through my restored home. However, the world, both seen and unseen, rarely remains entirely quiet for long. Life, as Alara had hinted, had a way of bringing new challenges, new mysteries, even after the greatest battles were won. And I was about to discover that some threads of the past, though seemingly severed, could be woven into new patterns, creating unexpected connections and revealing deeper layers to the history of the house and the land around it. It started subtly, as these things often did, not with a chill or a scent, but with dreams. Vivid, unsettling dreams that felt more like memories than mere nocturnal wanderings. They were not my memories, but someone else's, someone from long ago. The first dream came on a night when a fierce thunderstorm raged outside, rattling the windows and making Gus whimper softly in his sleep. I was in a different time, a different body. I saw hands, gnarled and stained with earth, tending a small, fragrant herb garden. The air was thick with the scent of lavender, rosemary, and something else, something sharp and wild. I heard a woman's voice, low and murmuring, not speaking words I understood, but conveying a sense of deep concentration, of ritual. I saw the back of a small, hunched figure, her white hair tied with a leather thong, tending to plants, crushing leaves in a mortar and pestle. It was Martha Pritchard, or rather, a version of Martha, younger, less withdrawn, but already deeply immersed in a world of her own. The dreams became more frequent, always featuring Martha, always centered around the old farmhouse, but gradually they began to introduce another figure. A man tall and broad-shouldered, with a kind, weathered face. He was clearly her husband, Old Man Pritchard. In some dreams, he was working in the fields, his back bent against the sun. In others, he was sitting at the kitchen table, his large hands carefully mending a piece of harness, while Martha worked by the hearth. There was a quiet domesticity, a simple life, but always beneath the surface, a sense of underlying melancholy, a pervasive sadness that seemed to cling to the very fabric of their existence. Then Eliza appeared in the dreams, a bright, laughing child with nimble fingers that would draw on any available surface. She would chase butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, her laughter echoing, clear and pure. But even in these joyous scenes, the dreams carried a premonition, a faint chill that hinted at the inevitable. I saw Martha watching Eliza, a possessive, almost desperate love in her eyes, a love that bordered on obsession, as if she knew deep down that this joy was fleeting. One night the dreams shifted, becoming darker, more unsettling. I saw the fever take hold of Eliza, the small body racked with shivers, the flushed cheeks, the rapid, shallow breathing. Martha was a frantic figure, clutching her daughter, humming a lullaby, her face contorted with grief and terror. Old Man Pritchard stood by helplessly, his shoulders bowed, his face a mask of sorrow. And then the silence, the terrible, suffocating silence of a child's last breath. The dream ended with Martha sitting by the child's empty bed, clutching a small, worn doll. Her eyes were hollow, vacant, filled with a grief so profound it seemed to pull at the very air around her. And that's when the shift began. I saw her retreat into herself, her face hardening, her movements becoming stiff, almost robotic. She started collecting things: dried herbs, strange roots, stones, bits of bone. She would spend hours in the attic, muttering to herself, poring over old, leather-bound books. The dreams showed her performing strange rituals, lighting candles, chanting in hushed tones, her hands trembling as she tried to bridge the gap between life and death. And then the shadow appeared in the dreams, not as a distinct entity, but as a creeping darkness, a cold tendril of malevolence that began to twine around Martha's grief, growing stronger with each desperate plea, each sorrowful incantation. It was like watching a slow-motion corruption, a parasitic attachment feeding on the raw wound of loss. I would wake up from these dreams drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, the lingering echoes of Martha's despair clinging to me. Gus would be awake too, watching me with worried eyes, sometimes nudging my hand with his wet nose, as if trying to pull me back to reality. These weren't just dreams, they were visions. Fragments of the house's past, played out through my subconscious, painting a picture of the events that had led to the infestation I had battled. It was clear that Martha's desperate attempts to keep Eliza's spirit near had inadvertently opened a door to something far darker, something that had found fertile ground in her profound grief and loneliness. I realized then that Alara's banishment of the shadow, though effective, wasn't the end of my connection to the house's history. It was just the beginning of a deeper understanding. The house was trying to tell me its story, not through fear, but through memory. It was trying to show me the full truth of what had transpired within its walls. One morning, after a particularly vivid dream of Martha frantically searching for Eliza's drawing, I decided I needed to understand more about the Pritchards themselves. My previous online research had been sparse, limited by the unreliable internet connection and the general lack of public records. But now, armed with a clearer understanding of what to look for, I felt a new urgency. I drove into Mapleton, planning to visit the local library. The small brick building, filled with the comforting smell of old paper and dust, was a haven of quiet knowledge. I explained my interest in the Pritchard family to Mrs. Gable, the kind, elderly librarian who knew everything about everyone in Mapleton, past and present. She remembered me from my initial, more skeptical visits. She gave me a sympathetic look. "Ah, the Pritchard place," she said, her voice soft. "Still learning its secrets, are we, dear?" I nodded, feeling a blush creep up my neck. Something like that. I've been doing some renovations, and I've uncovered some things. I'm trying to piece together their story. Mrs. Gable smiled kindly. "Well, bless your heart for caring. Most folks just want to tear down history. Come with me." She led me to a quiet corner of the library, filled with old filing cabinets and dusty bound volumes of local newspapers. She pulled out a large, heavy scrapbook, its cover faded and worn. "This belonged to Martha Pritchard's sister," she explained. "A distant cousin donated it after her passing. Martha was a private woman, but her sister, Sarah, was a bit of a chronicler. She kept everything." I opened the scrapbook with reverence. Inside, pressed flat and protected by yellowed parchment, were old photographs, newspaper clippings, dried flowers, and carefully preserved letters. It was a treasure trove of information, a window into the lives of the Pritchard family. The early pages showed Martha and Thomas Pritchard as a young, hopeful couple, their faces radiating a quiet happiness. There were pictures of their wedding, their humble farmhouse in its earlier days, and eventually the arrival of Eliza. Eliza, with her bright eyes and mischievous smile, was clearly the apple of their eye. The scrapbook contained several of her crayon drawings, painstakingly preserved, much like the one I had found. One in particular caught my eye. a drawing of a small, fantastical creature with shimmering wings perched on a flower. Beneath it, in Eliza's shaky handwriting, "For Mama, my firefly helper." A small gasp escaped me. Firefly helper. I continued to turn the pages, tracing the slow, heartbreaking decline. The newspaper clipping announcing Eliza's death was a stark, somber square of faded newsprint. After that, the photographs became fewer, Martha's face growing thinner, her eyes shadowed. There were no pictures of her smiling after Eliza's death. But the most chilling entries were the letters. Letters from Sarah to Martha, filled with increasingly worried pleas. "Dearest Martha, I worry for you. Please come stay with us for a while. The house is too quiet, too empty. You need company, dear sister." And later, "Martha, people are talking. They say you are not well. They say you are speaking to things unseen. For Eliza's sake, please come away from that place. You cannot bring back the dead." Then a series of more frantic letters, filled with thinly veiled accusations and desperate pleas for Martha to abandon her dabbling. Sarah spoke of old legends, of dark practices, of things that feed on sorrow. She mentioned a spirit guide Martha claimed to have found, a helpful presence that promised to keep Eliza near. And finally, a chilling passage that made the hair on my arms stand on end. "Martha, I saw it. I came to your house hoping to reason with you, but I heard it, a low, guttural growl from the attic. And I smelled it, that awful smell of lilies and something else, something foul. You are not keeping Eliza, Martha. You have brought something else into your home, something evil. I beg you, banish it, before it consumes you both." The last letters from Sarah were filled with resignation, a sad acceptance of her sister's fate, a lament for the sister she had lost long before her physical passing. Martha had evidently refused to leave the house, convinced that she was nurturing Eliza's spirit, never realizing the true nature of the entity she had welcomed. I closed the scrapbook, my hands trembling. It was all there, laid bare. Martha's overwhelming grief, her desperate search for connection, the firefly helper that had likely been the shadow's first subtle entry point, mimicking something innocent and familiar to Eliza, and then slowly corrupting Martha's spirit, feeding on her despair. The dreams weren't just memories, they were confirmation. I thanked Mrs. Gable, promising to return the scrapbook, and left the library, the weight of the Pritchard family's tragedy pressing down on me. I now understood the full scope of what Alara and I had faced. The shadow wasn't just an opportunist. It was a cunning manipulator, preying on Martha's love and grief, twisting her desire to keep her daughter close into a horrifying trap. The revelation brought a new wave of respect for Alara's wisdom and a chilling understanding of the risks I had taken, but it also brought a deeper sense of responsibility. I wasn't just a homeowner, I was a custodian of this history, a protector against its lingering echoes. As I drove back to the farmhouse, a thought solidified in my mind: the firefly helper. What if it wasn't just a symbol for Eliza? What if it was something tangible, something the shadow had used to draw her in, to make her accept its presence? It was a long shot, but the dreams had felt so real, the details so specific. Back at the farmhouse, I immediately went to the attic. It was still dusty, still filled with the lingering scent of old wood, but the oppressive cold and the sense of menace were gone. The hole from the shadow's dramatic exit had been patched, but I knew its true scar ran deeper. I spent hours sifting through the remaining boxes of Pritchard family belongings, looking for anything that might relate to a firefly helper or Eliza's innocent drawings. Most of the boxes were full of mundane farm implements, old clothes, and faded linens. but then tucked away in a small cedar chest that smelled faintly of lavender, I found a small wooden box. It was intricately carved with swirling patterns, similar to some of the symbols Alara had on her cabin door, but crude, almost childlike in their execution. My heart quickened. This felt significant. I carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried herbs, were several small, delicate glass fireflies. They were old, perhaps from the early 1900s, with tiny, detailed wings and glowing filaments inside, though they no longer held any light. They were beautiful, innocent toys. But then my gaze fell on one particular firefly, tucked slightly apart from the others. It was larger, made of darker glass, almost black. Its wings, instead of being delicate, seemed twisted, almost broken. And etched into its dark glass body faintly were the same kind of swirling, crude symbols I had seen on Alara's door and on the box itself. It looked less like a child's toy and more like a talisman. It felt wrong, cold to the touch, despite the warmth of the room. This had to be it, the Firefly Helper. But it wasn't a helper. It was a lure, a conduit, a physical manifestation of the shadow's insidious entry point. Eliza, in her innocence, would have been drawn to it, perhaps believing it a magical friend. Martha, in her grief, might have embraced it as a symbol of her daughter's presence. And the shadow, lurking within, would have found its anchor. I picked it up carefully. The coldness seeped into my fingers, a faint echo of the entity's presence. It was heavier than it looked, denser. A shiver went down my spine, but I didn't feel fear, only a grim resolve. This was a piece of the puzzle I hadn't known existed, a physical reminder of the shadow's deception. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't just leave it in the attic, a dormant threat, a lingering echo. I had to consult Alara. This felt like a different kind of problem, one that required more than just simple banishment. This object had been imbued with malevolent energy for decades. It needed to be dealt with properly. I gathered the dark firefly, carefully wrapping it in a piece of linen. Gus, who had followed me up to the attic, watched me with a focused intensity, occasionally letting out a low, almost questioning whine. He seemed to sense the object's unsettling aura. The drive back to Alara's cabin was different this time, no longer filled with fear and desperation, but with a sense of purpose, a growing understanding. The woods, though still dark and ancient, no longer felt menacing, but protective, a natural barrier against the unseen. Ilara opened her door before I even knocked, her sharp eyes immediately fixing on the linen-wrapped object in my hand. Her shaggy dog sniffed the air, letting out a low growl. "So you found it," she said, her voice grave. I knew it was there, a focus point, a lure. I unwrapped the dark firefly, placing it on her rough-hewn table. It sat there, an innocuous dark piece of glass, but radiating a faint, palpable coldness. The scrapbook, I explained, Martha's sister. It talked about a firefly helper, and Eliza's drawing, "For Mama, my firefly helper. I think this is it, how the shadow first got in." Ilara picked up the dark firefly, turning it over in her gnarled fingers, her brow furrowed, her lips moving in a silent incantation. "Aye," she murmured, "this is old magic, dark magic." Martha, in her despair, she wasn't just conjuring, she was creating, a vessel for her pain which the shadow warped into a vessel for itself. She looked at me, her eyes serious. This is why it fought so fiercely. This was its original anchor, its deepest root in the house. "Can it be destroyed?" I asked. She nodded slowly. "It can, but it will require more than simple burning. This is entwined with a lifetime of sorrow, a child's lost innocence, and a mother's tortured grief. It must be unmade, not merely broken." Ilara explained that the object, having been a conduit for so long, had absorbed and concentrated a great deal of the shadow's energy. Simply destroying it could release that energy in a chaotic, dangerous burst. It needed to be carefully unraveled, its dark purpose dismantled piece by piece. She led me to a small, secluded clearing deeper in the woods, a place where ancient trees formed a natural amphitheater, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. A small, clear stream babbled nearby. This was a place of power, a place where the veil between worlds felt thinner, more accessible. She prepared a small fire in the center of the clearing, using specific woods and herbs that crackled and smoked with a pungent, cleansing aroma. Around the fire, she arranged a circle of smooth, dark stones. Gus sat quietly beside me, unusually subdued, watching Ilara with intense focus. Ilara placed the dark firefly in the center of the stone circle. She then began to chant, her voice low and hypnotic, a melody that wove through the rustling leaves and the babbling creek. She sprinkled herbs over the fire, sending fragrant plumes of smoke into the air. As her chant intensified, the dark firefly began to shimmer faintly, a barely perceptible tremor in the air around it. The coldness I had felt from it seemed to intensify, radiating outward, making the hair on my arms stand up. Ilara then reached for a small silver dagger, its blade intricately carved with symbols. She held it over the fire, letting the flames lick at its tip, then slowly brought it down, touching the very tip of the blade to the dark glass firefly. A low hum filled the clearing, deep and resonant, vibrating in my chest. The dark firefly pulsed with a faint, malevolent light like a dying ember. The air grew heavy, thick with unseen pressure. I could feel the struggle, the resistance emanating from the object, a trapped echo of the shadow's anger. Ilara continued her chant, her voice unwavering, pushing her will into the dagger, into the object. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, a hairline crack appeared on the dark glass firefly. Then another, branching outwards like frost on a window pane. The humming intensified, becoming a low, mournful moan, a sound of profound loss and resentment. With a final, sharp crack, the dark firefly shattered into 1,000 tiny shards of black glass. But instead of exploding, the pieces simply dissolved, melting into a fine gray powder that evaporated instantly into the air, leaving no trace. The coldness lifted, the oppressive feeling vanished, replaced by a sudden, refreshing lightness in the air. Ilara let out a long, slow breath, her body trembling slightly with exertion. "It is unmade," she said, her voice weak but triumphant. "Its tether is broken, its original source of power extinguished. The shadow truly has no hold here now." I felt a profound sense of finality, of completion. This wasn't just about driving away a lingering spirit. It was about dismantling the very mechanism that had allowed it to take root. This was true freedom for the house and for the spirits that had been tied to it. We returned to the farmhouse. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery hues. The house glowed in the fading light, no longer a menacing silhouette, but a warm, inviting beacon. Gus, trotting happily beside me, seemed to confirm the profound shift. I realized then that my journey with the Pritchard farmhouse was far from over, but the nature of that journey had changed. It was no longer a battle against a malevolent force, but a guardianship, a commitment to nurture and protect a place that had, against all odds, become my true home. The dreams I hoped would now cease, the past finally laid to rest. The house, with its restored walls, its fresh paint, and its peaceful aura, was ready for its new chapter, and so was I. But just as I allowed myself to believe the hard-won peace was absolute, a new, unforeseen current stirred. It began not within the house, but in the land. But just as I allowed myself to believe the hard-won peace was absolute, a new, unforeseen current stirred. It began not within the house, but in the land around it, a subtle shift that I, now attuned to the unseen, began to notice. It started with the animals. Gus, who had finally settled into a routine of cheerful exploration, began to show a new kind of restlessness. He would stand by the edge of the woods, sniffing the air with an intensity I hadn't seen since the shadow days, sometimes letting out a low, almost mournful whine. The deer, usually skittish but present, became bolder, sometimes standing in my yard for long moments, their large, dark eyes fixed on the forest's depths as if awaiting a signal. The birds, too, seemed quieter, their usual chorus sometimes replaced by an unnerving hush. Then came the sounds, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from beneath the earth, a low thrum that I could feel more than hear, vibrating through the soles of my feet when I walked through certain parts of the woods. It was different from the shadow's distorted humming. This was ancient, organic, almost musical, yet unsettling in its unknown origin. Sometimes in the dead of night, I would hear what sounded like distant drums, a slow, deliberate beat that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the forest itself. I dismissed it at first as an echo of my recent experiences, a mind oversensitized, but the regularity and Gus's consistent reaction convinced me otherwise. The forest itself began to change. Patches of wildflowers, usually vibrant in spring, seemed to bloom with an unnatural intensity, their colors almost painfully bright. Other areas, however, seemed to wither prematurely, plants dying back despite ample sun and water, leaving behind small, barren circles of earth. It was a mosaic of extremes, as if the life force of the woods was being pulled and pushed by an invisible tide. I found myself increasingly drawn to the old path, the one Alara had described as the old ways. I walked it daily with Gus, trying to understand what the land was telling me. The air itself sometimes felt charged, almost electric, especially near the ancient stone cairn that marked the property line, a place Alara had identified as significant. One afternoon, as I knelt by the cairn, tracing the weathered symbols etched into the stones, the hum grew louder, a deep resonance that seemed to fill my bones. The air thickened, and I caught a faint, earthy scent like damp soil mixed with something metallic and pungent. Gus, sitting beside me, suddenly let out a sharp bark, then began to dig frantically at the base of the cairn, scattering loose earth and leaves. "Gus, stop," I commanded, but he ignored me, his instincts overriding his training. He dug with a primal urgency, whimpering softly. Curious, I watched him. His digging eventually revealed something, a small, worn leather pouch, almost completely buried. I carefully extracted it, brushing away the dirt. It was old, very old, dried and cracked, tied with a braided sinew. Gus nudged it with his nose, then looked at me, his eyes wide and expectant. I untied the sinew with some difficulty. Inside, wrapped in a brittle piece of animal skin, was a handful of smooth, river-worn stones, each one etched with symbols similar to those on the cairn, but more intricate, almost glowing with a faint inner light. They felt warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle energy. There was also a single, dried feather, iridescent blue, and a small, intricately carved bone figurine of an animal, perhaps a wolf or a bear. This was clearly not Martha Pritchard's doing. This was something far older, far more connected to the land itself. I recognized the symbols from Alara's cabin, from her tools, from the patterns woven into her blankets. This was her world. I immediately drove back to Alara's cabin, the leather pouch carefully placed on the passenger seat. Gus, still agitated, sat close to me, occasionally glancing at the pouch as if he knew its significance. Lara was waiting for me on her porch, as if she had sensed my arrival. Her eyes, sharper than ever, went straight to the pouch in my hand. "The land is stirring," she stated, her voice low. "I felt it. It called to you, didn't it?" I nodded, placing the pouch on her table. "Gus found it by the cairn. What is it?" She picked up the stones, turning them over in her hands, her expression unreadable. "These are old things, very old, from the people who walked this land long before us. Spirit stones. They connect to the ley lines, to the deep magic of the earth itself." "Ley lines?" I asked, feeling a familiar mix of wonder and skepticism. "Lines of energy that crisscross the earth," she explained, her gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the cabin walls. "Ancient paths of power. The people knew them, used them, honored them. Your farmhouse sits on a nexus point where several powerful lines converge. It's why this land is so vibrant, why life thrives here so fiercely, and why it can be volatile if not respected." She looked at me, her eyes piercing. The shadow fed on stagnation, on despair. It was an aberration, a sickness in the house. But this is different. This is the land itself. It's waking up, and it's reacting. "Reacting to what?" "To the cleansing," she said, "to the balance being restored. When the shadow was here, it suppressed the natural energies. It tried to twist them to its own dark purpose. But now it's gone and the land is recalibrating. It's a powerful force, boy. It has its own consciousness, its own memories, and sometimes it remembers things that have been long forgotten." She explained that the rhythmic hum, the animal behavior, the intensified flora were all signs of this awakening. "The drum beats you hear," she added, her voice barely a whisper, "are the heartbeat of the ancestors. The people who tended these lines, who honored the land. They are stirring too in their own way." My mind reeled. First, a malevolent spirit, now ancient earth magic and ancestral spirits. My life in the city felt a million miles away, a relic of a past self I barely recognized. "What do I do?" I asked, feeling a growing sense of awe rather than fear. Lara smiled faintly. "You listen, you learn, and you respect. The people left these stones as guardians, as anchors for the energy. They buried them to protect the land and to guide those who would come after. They are a connection to the ancient wisdom." She handed me one of the etched stones. It felt smooth and warm in my palm, its intricate symbols seeming to thrum with a quiet power. "You have purged the sickness from your house," she said. "Now you must understand the health of the land beneath it. This is your next lesson, your next responsibility." Over the next few weeks, my life took on another new dimension. Lara began to teach me about the land in a way that went beyond practical gardening or forestry. She taught me to feel the subtle energies, to recognize the language of the earth. We walked the property, identifying places where the energy felt stronger, where the hum was more pronounced. She showed me how to read the patterns in the trees, the flow of the water, the behavior of the animals. She explained the concept of ley line nexus points, places where these energy currents converged, creating potent vortices of spiritual and natural power. My farmhouse, she confirmed, was built squarely on one such nexus. This explained the area's rich biodiversity, its surprisingly resilient ecosystem, but also its susceptibility to intense spiritual phenomena, both benevolent and malevolent. The shadow wasn't just attracted to Martha's grief, Lara explained one evening as we sat by her fire, sorting through dried herbs. It was attracted to the raw power of this land, It wanted to corrupt it, to claim it as its own dark domain. It sought to drain not just the spirits, but the very life force of the earth. The spirit stones I had found became my constant companions. Ilara instructed me to carry them, to meditate with them, to let their ancient energy connect with my own. When I held them, the faint hum I felt in the earth seemed to intensify, and I sometimes experienced fleeting images, not like Martha's vivid dreams, but impressions of vast, silent forests, of figures moving through the trees, of the gentle rhythm of a life deeply intertwined with nature. The changes in the land continued. The wild honeysuckle that had occasionally drifted through my house now bloomed in profusion around the property, a sweet, pervasive scent that filled the air, seemingly stronger than usual. Other plants, too, seemed to flourish, growing taller, greener, more robust. The vibrant growth felt like a slow, deep breath, the land exhaling after a long period of holding it in. The dreams of Martha and Eliza had indeed ceased, but the new connection to the land brought a different kind of vision. Sometimes, as I drifted off to sleep, I would see shimmering lines of light, crisscrossing the darkness, converging beneath my house. I saw glimpses of ancient rituals, bonfires beneath the stars, silhouettes of figures dancing and chanting, their faces painted with earth pigments. They were peaceful, powerful visions, not unsettling. One evening, Ilara invited me to a special ceremony. She led me to the clearing in the woods where we had unmade the dark firefly. This time, however, the atmosphere was different. There was no tension, no fear, only a deep sense of reverence. She built a small fire, and we sat in silence for a long time, listening to the night sounds. Then Ilara began to sing. Her voice, usually raspy, transformed, becoming clear and melodious, carrying an ancient, haunting beauty. It was a language I didn't understand, but the melody evoked images of rustling leaves, flowing water, and the quiet dignity of the mountains. She explained it was a song of thanks, an offering to the land and to the spirits of the ancestors. She taught me a simple, repetitive chant, a sound that she said invited harmony and balance. As we chanted, the air in the clearing became palpable, tingling with energy. The hum from the earth intensified, surrounding us, embracing us. Fireflies, actual living fireflies, not the glass lures, began to emerge from the darkness, thousands of them, blinking and swirling in a silent dance, forming patterns of light in the deepening twilight. It was breathtaking, a display of natural magic that left me speechless. "They are the messengers," Ilara whispered, her eyes shining in the firelight. "The light keepers, they remember." That night, as I drove back to the farmhouse, I felt a profound sense of belonging. This land, which had once filled me with terror, now felt like a part of me, and I a part of it. The cleansing of the house had not just removed a threat, it had opened a door to a deeper, more ancient reality. The farmhouse was fully renovated now. The new paint gleamed, the floors shone, and the new antique rocking chair in the dining room sat silently, welcoming, no longer a symbol of dread. It truly felt like my home, infused with my spirit, my laughter, my quiet moments of peace. Gus, my faithful companion, was a happy, well-adjusted dog, his energy a constant joy. One morning, as I was working in the garden, planting new roses near the back porch, a car pulled into my driveway. It wasn't one of the local trucks or familiar vehicles. This was a sleek, modern sedan, out of place in the rustic setting. A man in a tailored suit stepped out, carrying a briefcase. He looked utterly out of place, an urban sharp edge against the soft curves of the countryside. "Good morning," he said, approaching with a practiced, confident smile. "You must be Mr. Jensen." "That's me," I replied, wiping dirt from my hands. "Can I help you?" "My name is Arthur Finch from Sterling Ventures," he announced, extending a hand. His grip was firm, almost aggressive. We're a development firm specializing in ecotourism and luxury resort properties, and we're very interested in your land. My heart sank. My land isn't for sale, Mr. Finch. He chuckled a smooth, condescending sound. Everything's for sale, Mr. Jensen, for the right price. We've been looking at this area for a while now. Pristine wilderness, beautiful views, excellent access. Perfect for a high-end resort with a focus on wellness and natural immersion. The previous owner, a Mr. Williams, was quite keen on the idea. Shame he didn't get to see it through. He gestured vaguely at my newly renovated farmhouse. Lovely little starter home, I'm sure, but imagine this entire valley transformed. Boutique cabins, a spa, hiking trails, maybe even a small airstrip for private jets. We're talking significant investment, Mr. Jensen. Significant profit for you. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This wasn't just about money. This was about the land, the ley lines, the ancient energy, the peace I had fought so hard for. And the previous owner he mentioned, Williams, the man who had flipped the house after the Pritchards, the man who had never lived here, never felt the terror, never cleansed the darkness, the man who was quite keen on selling it to developers. I appreciate your interest, Mr. Finch, I said, my voice calmer than I felt. But as I said, it's not for sale. I'm building a home here, a life. His smile tightened, losing its friendly veneer. Come now, Mr. Jensen, be reasonable. A property like this, with its unique history, could be a burden. We're offering a very generous sum. Enough for you to start fresh anywhere you choose, with no more worries about, well, you know. He gave a subtle, knowing glance towards the house, as if hinting at its past reputation. His implication wasn't lost on me. He knew about the house's past, or at least its local legends. He was trying to use that to pressure me. No means no, Mr. Finch, I repeated firmly. I'm not interested. His eyes narrowed. I see. Well, perhaps you'll reconsider. We're very determined, Mr. Jensen. We believe this land has immense potential, and Sterling Ventures rarely takes no for an answer. With a final, chilling smile, he handed me a glossy brochure and a business card, then turned and walked back to his car. As his car drove away, disappearing down the long driveway, I felt a new kind of chill. This wasn't the supernatural cold of the shadow, but the chilling pragmatism of human greed, of forces that threatened to destroy the very essence of what I had fought to protect. This was a different battle, one fought not with sage and salt, but with legal papers and corporate ambition. I immediately drove to Alara's cabin. She listened intently, her face grim, as I recounted my encounter with Mr. Finch. Developers, she muttered, spitting the word out like a bitter taste. They are the true shadows of this age. They see only profit, not the life force of the land. They do not understand the balance. He knew about the house's history, I said, disturbed. He tried to use it against me. Of course, Alara replied, stirring her tea. These companies, they do their research, they dig up everything. They will try to scare you, to make you feel isolated, to think you have no choice but to sell. They care nothing for the ley lines, for the spirits of the ancestors, for the wild things that live here. What do I do? I asked, feeling a familiar surge of helpless anger. Ilara's eyes, however, held a new glint of determination. You fight them, boy, with the same resolve you fought the shadow. This land is sacred. It cannot be paved over for luxury resorts. Not now, especially not now that its heart is awakening. She picked up one of the spirit stones I had brought. The people buried these to protect the land, yes, but also to call upon its strength when it was needed. You are its custodian now, and the land, in turn, will be your ally. The next few weeks became a frantic immersion in a new kind of defense. I still tended the land, practiced my spiritual exercises, and kept the farmhouse vibrant with life. But now, a part of my time was spent researching local zoning laws, environmental regulations, and historical preservation societies. I learned about easements, land trusts, and legal precedents. I made trips to the county office, poring over old maps and property deeds. Mr. Finch and Sterling Ventures didn't disappear. I received letters, phone calls, and even unannounced visits from other representatives, all offering increasingly larger sums, all subtly hinting at potential difficulties if I continued to resist. They knew how to play the game, how to wear down resistance with persistence and veiled threats. I remembered Alara's advice, keep your spirit strong. I channeled my anger and frustration into resolve. I would not let them desecrate this place. One afternoon, a local journalist from the Mapleton Gazette, a young woman named Sarah Evans, knocked on my door. She was doing a story on new residents moving to the area and had heard about my ambitious renovation project. She was intrigued by my story, by the transformation of the Pritchard place from a derelict, rumored to be haunted property into a beautifully restored home. As we talked, I found myself confiding in her, carefully, about the pressure from Sterling Ventures. I omitted the supernatural details, of course, but emphasized my deep connection to the land and my desire to preserve its natural beauty and historical integrity. Sarah's eyes lit up. This is a great angle, Mr. Jensen, local resident, restoring a historical property, fighting off big developers. It's exactly the kind of story our readers love. A few days later, her article appeared in the Gazette. It was well written, portraying me as a determined newcomer breathing new life into local history, standing firm against an impersonal corporate entity. The article highlighted the unique natural beauty of my property and the threat posed by Sterling Ventures' proposed resort. It resonated with the small, close-knit community of Mapleton. Almost immediately, I started receiving calls and visits from neighbors, offering their support. Old Man Hemlock, a grizzled farmer who lived down the road, stopped by with a pie and a stern warning. Don't let him push you around, son. This land's been here a long time, seen plenty of folks come and go. It's got its own way of looking after itself if you treat it right. Even Mrs. Gable from the library called, offering to connect me with local historical preservation groups. The small community, fiercely protective of its heritage and independent spirit, began to rally. Alara was pleased. See, she said, the land has its human allies too. You are not alone in this fight. But Sterling Ventures was a formidable opponent. Their tactics escalated. I started receiving legal letters, subtle threats about potential zoning disputes, property line discrepancies, and even vague warnings about the difficulties of building in such a remote area. They seemed determined to make my life so uncomfortable that I would eventually capitulate. One day, I returned from a trip to town to find a surveying team on my property, marking trees and stakes near the old stone cairn. They claimed they were conducting a preliminary environmental assessment, citing a county permit that seemed suspiciously easy for them to obtain. I confronted them, my blood boiling. This is private property. You have no right to be here. The lead surveyor, a burly man with a disinterested expression, simply shrugged. Got all the permits, fella. Just doing our job. Sterling Ventures wants to know what they're buying. They're not buying anything, I retorted, but they ignored me, continuing their work. Feeling a surge of desperation, I remembered Alara's words, the land will be your ally. I walked towards the cairn, the spirit stones heavy in my pocket, and stood between the surveyors and the ancient monument. I closed my eyes, focusing on the hum of the earth, on the vibrant energy of the ley lines, on the strength of the ancestors Ilara had spoken of. I began to chant the simple, harmonic sound Ilara had taught me, a low, resonant hum that vibrated in my chest. Gus, sensing my intent, stood rigidly beside me, a low growl rumbling in his throat. As I chanted, the air around the cairn grew heavy, charged. A low, rhythmic pulse seemed to emanate from the earth itself, mirroring my chant. The surveyors, who had initially ignored me, slowly began to look uncomfortable. The burly lead surveyor paused, rubbing his neck. Then the ground began to tremble. Not a violent tremor, but a deep, rolling vibration that moved through the earth like a wave. The leaves on the surrounding trees rustled, though there was no wind. The hum intensified, growing louder, deeper, until it filled the air, a resonant drone that seemed to thrum beneath their feet. One of the surveyors, a younger man, dropped his equipment and stared at the ground, his face pale. "What was that?" he whispered. The burly surveyor scoffed. "Just a small quake. Happens sometimes out here." But his voice lacked conviction, and his eyes darted nervously. Suddenly, the iridescent blue feather I carried, the one from the leather pouch, slipped from my pocket. It didn't fall to the ground, but hovered in the air for a moment, shimmering with an unnatural light, then slowly drifted towards the cairn, settling gently on its top. At that moment, the hum reached a crescendo, a powerful, almost deafening vibration. A flock of startled crows exploded from the treetops, cawing loudly, circling overhead. And then from the depths of the woods came a sound I had never heard before, a deep, resonating roar, primal and powerful, unlike any animal I knew, but filled with the raw, untamed voice of the wilderness itself. It was the sound of the land waking, of its ancient spirit asserting itself. The surveyors didn't wait. With wide eyes and pale faces, they scrambled back to their vehicle, their earlier arrogance completely gone. They started the engine and sped away, leaving their equipment strewn across the ground. I stood there, breathing heavily, the hum slowly receding, the roar fading into the distant forest. Gus let out a triumphant bark, then nudged my hand, his tail wagging. I looked at the feather, still resting on the cairn, shimmering faintly. It was a clear message. The land was indeed my ally. News of the earthquake and the mysterious animal roar quickly spread through Mapleton. The local newspaper, already sympathetic, ran a front-page story, hinting at the powerful, untamed nature of the Pritchard property. The incident, though scientifically unexplainable, only strengthened the community's resolve to protect the land. Sterling Ventures, however, continued their pressure, this time with more subtle legal maneuvers. They began to purchase small, adjoining parcels of land from unsuspecting neighbors, slowly encircling my property. Their goal was clear: to isolate me, to cut off my access, to make my land less desirable, and ultimately force my hand. I consulted Ilara. "They're trying to corner me," I explained, showing her the legal notices I had received. "They're buying up everything around me." Ilara looked at the maps, her brow furrowed. "This is their way, boy," a slow choke. "They understand property lines, not ley lines. But remember, the boundaries they draw on paper are not the boundaries of the Earth spirit. The old ways run deeper." She pointed to a specific area on the map, a dense, undeveloped section of forest to the east of my property, bordering a small, unnamed creek. "This land," she said, "it holds a special significance. It is part of the ancient hunting grounds. It is where the oldest of the people still watch." "Is it for sale?" I asked. a spark of an idea forming. Ilara smiled faintly. It is unowned in their terms. It has always been considered too rugged, too wild for development, but it is claimed in the true sense by the spirits of the land. The next phase of my battle involved a complex legal struggle. With the help of a pro bono environmental lawyer from a state preservation society, whom Mrs. Gable had connected me with, I began to explore options for protecting my land and the surrounding wilderness. We looked into land trusts, conservation easements, and even petitioning for historical or ecological designation for the entire area. It was slow, arduous work, filled with legal jargon and bureaucratic hurdles, but I was no longer fighting alone. The community of Mapleton, galvanized by the newspaper articles and their shared concern for their rural way of life, formed a Save the Pritchard Woods committee. They held bake sales, organized protest rallies at the county office, and sent a flood of letters to local representatives. Gus, meanwhile, had found a new, intriguing focus. He spent hours patrolling the eastern border of my property, near the unnamed creek Ilara had mentioned. He would sit there, sometimes for long periods, staring into the dense woods, his ears twitching, as if listening to something beyond my hearing. He no longer seemed restless, but watchful, almost reverent. One afternoon, following Gus's lead, I ventured deeper into that section of the woods than I ever had before. The trees here were ancient, towering giants that formed a dense canopy, casting the forest floor in perpetual twilight. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The hum of the earth was pronounced here, a deep, resonating pulse that seemed to originate from the very roots of the trees. Suddenly, Gus stopped dead in his tracks. His hackles rose, but not with fear or aggression. It was a different kind of alertness, an almost reverential posture. He let out a low, soft whine, then sat, his eyes fixed on a clearing ahead. I followed his gaze. In the center of the clearing, surrounded by a ring of ancient stones, stood a single, massive oak tree, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled arms. Its trunk was impossibly wide, its bark textured with centuries of growth. It was easily the oldest tree I had ever seen, radiating an immense sense of peace and power. At the base of the oak, almost completely hidden by moss and ferns, were several small, intricately carved wooden figurines. They were weathered and faded, clearly very old, depicting stylized human and animal figures. They were offerings. This was a sacred site, a place of deep reverence, untouched by modern hands. This was what Ilara meant when she spoke of the oldest of the people. This was a place where their spirits lingered, where their connection to the land remained vibrant. As I stood there, taking in the profound energy of the ancient oak, a figure emerged from behind the tree. It was a woman, small and slender, with long, dark braids and eyes that held the quiet wisdom of the forest itself. She wore simple, hand-stitched clothing adorned with natural beads and feathers. She moved with an effortless grace, her feet seemingly barely touching the ground. She wasn't Ilara. This woman was younger, perhaps in her late 30s or early 40s, but her presence radiated the same profound connection to the earth. She looked at me, her gaze steady and unwavering, then at Gus, who whimpered softly, wagging his tail. She spoke, her voice soft but clear, melodic, with a faint, unfamiliar accent. "You have found the whispering tree, keeper of the land." I stared, speechless. I hadn't seen another soul this deep in the woods, let alone someone who looked like she had stepped out of an ancient past. "My name is Thomas Jensen," I managed, my voice a little shaky. I own the farmhouse nearby." She nodded, a faint, knowing smile touching her lips. I know who you are, Thomas Jensen, the one who cleansed the old sickness, the one who listens to the land. I have watched you. You live out here, I asked, bewildered. I live with the land, she corrected gently. My name is Anya. My family has been caretakers of this place for generations. My grandmother, she was Alara's mother. My jaw dropped. Alara's family, the lineage of protectors, the keepers of the old ways. Yanya walked towards the ancient oak, her hand resting gently on its massive trunk. This land, Thomas, it holds the memories of many generations. The ley lines here are strong, powerful. It is a place of healing, of teaching, but it can also be a place of great struggle if its balance is disturbed. Sterling Ventures wants to build a resort here, I explained, the urgency of the situation returning. They're buying up land, trying to fence me in. Yanya's eyes darkened, a flicker of something ancient and fierce in their depths. We know of them. We have felt their encroachment, their attempts to carve up the earth, to silence its song. They do not understand the consequences of disturbing a place like this. She turned back to me, her expression serious. You have fought well, Thomas, but this fight requires more than just legal papers and community support. It requires the wisdom of the land itself. The ancestors are restless. They feel the threat. They are reaching out. How can I fight them with that? I gestured vaguely at the ancient oak, at the clearing, at the unseen energies. Anya smiled, a warm, reassuring smile. You already are. You have listened to the hum. You have understood the messages of the animals. You have felt the power of the stones. Now you must learn to channel it, to weave your intent with the spirit of the land. It is time for you to truly embrace the old ways, not just as a learner, but as a protector. She explained that the ancestors, through the land, could influence events, subtle shifts in fortune, unexpected discoveries. But they needed a conduit, someone grounded in both worlds to carry their intent. And that conduit, she implied, was me. Yanya became my new guide, a bridge to a deeper understanding of the land's spiritual ecology. While Alara had taught me about the individual elements, herbs, symbols, cleansing, Anya immersed me in the holistic system, the interconnectedness of everything. She taught me about the language of birds, the patterns of animal migrations, the significance of different tree species. She showed me how to read the subtle shifts in wind patterns, the taste of the earth, the feeling of the energy moving through the forest. She took me to hidden springs, to ancient rock formations, to places where the air shimmered with an almost visible energy. She showed me how to offer simple prayers and thanks to the land, how to leave small, respectful offerings of cornmeal or tobacco, acknowledging the spirits that resided there. She taught me to quiet my mind, to open my senses, to truly listen to the whispering of the earth. Gus, surprisingly, seemed to understand Anya perfectly. He would sit patiently by her side, head tilted, as she spoke to me, sometimes letting out a soft whimper as if in agreement. He clearly recognized her as a kindred spirit, a true guardian of the wild. One afternoon, as we sat by the ancient oak, Anya shared a story. The people say that when the land is threatened, it calls upon its deepest magic. Sometimes it manifests in ways that defy easy explanation. Things are found, things are lost. Accidents occur that serve its purpose. She looked at me, her eyes twinkling. Sterling Ventures, they seek to build their concrete monuments on sacred ground. They will disrupt the water flows, fell the ancient trees, silence the earth's song. The land will not suffer this silently. It will protect itself through its allies, seen and unseen. I returned to my legal battle with renewed vigor. now armed with a deeper sense of purpose and a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in my approach. I wasn't just fighting for my property, I was fighting for the land itself, for its ancient wisdom, for the spirits that resided there. The Save the Pritchard Woods committee grew, gathering more momentum. My lawyer discovered a rare species of wildflower thriving only in my specific area, near the unnamed creek. This discovery, thanks to the land's own intensified growth, led to immediate efforts to designate the area as a protected ecological zone, further complicating Sterling Ventures' plans. Then things began to get interesting. The surveying team from Sterling Ventures attempted another visit, this time as they set up their equipment near the newly discovered wildflower habitat. Their expensive GPS devices began to malfunction, giving wildly inaccurate readings. Their drone, intended to map the terrain, suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing harmlessly but irrevocably into a dense thicket of thorns. A series of inexplicable accidents plagued their efforts, from a flat tire on their truck that turned out to have been caused by an impossibly sharp, ancient shard of flint, to a sudden, localized downpour that seemed to target only their equipment, leaving the rest of the forest dry. The lead surveyor, the same burly man who had scoffed at me earlier, finally threw his hands up in frustration. "This place is cursed," I overheard him grumbling to his team as they packed up, defeated. "Every time we come out here, something goes wrong. Equipment fails, maps are useless, weird animal noises. I'm telling you, this land doesn't want us here." News of these mishaps filtered back to me through the community grapevine, often with a knowing. Smile. I understood then that the land truly was my ally. What Anya had hinted at, what Alara had spoken of, was manifesting. The earth itself, in its ancient wisdom, was pushing back against those who sought to desecrate it. But Sterling Ventures, driven by profit, wouldn't be deterred so easily. Their setbacks would only fuel their determination. And indeed, they didn't back down. The legal letters intensified, becoming more threatening. They initiated a series of nuisance lawsuits, challenging everything from my property lines to the legality of my well permit. These were frivolous, designed to drain my resources and wear down my resolve. My pro bono lawyer, bless her heart, was swamped. "They're trying to bury us in paperwork, Thomas," she explained over the phone, her voice weary. "It's a classic tactic. They know we can't afford to fight indefinitely." Adding to the pressure, Sterling Ventures began to spread rumors in the surrounding counties, whispering about the difficult nature of the Pritchard property, the strange incidents, and the unreasonable demands of its current owner. They painted me as an obstructionist, an eccentric standing in the way of progress and economic development for the region. These rumors started to create a rift, even within Mapleton, between those who supported me and those who, while generally wary of developers, saw the potential for jobs and prosperity. "They're turning neighbor against neighbor," Old Man Hemlock observed one afternoon, shaking his head sadly as he helped me patch a fence that had been mysteriously cut, playing on people's hopes and fears. "It's a nasty game." I felt the weight of it all pressing down on me. The legal battles were financially draining, even with pro bono help. The constant worry about the future of the land, the pressure from the developers, and the growing divisiveness within the community began to chip away at my newfound peace. I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, my mind racing, the familiar hum of the earth now sounding less like a comforting presence and more like a warning. Gus, too, sensed my deepening stress. He would sit close to me, his head resting on my knee, his eyes mirroring my anxiety. His daily patrols along the eastern border continued, but now, instead of the reverent watchfulness, there was a restless urgency to his movements. He would often bark into the dense woods, as if challenging an unseen opponent. One evening, after another particularly infuriating legal letter arrived, I drove to Anya's clearing. I needed her wisdom, her connection to the deeper rhythms of the land. I found her sitting by the ancient oak, her face illuminated by the setting sun. "They are pressing hard," I admitted, my voice heavy with frustration. "I don't know how much longer I can keep fighting them with legal papers. It feels like a losing battle." Anya listened patiently, her eyes closed, her fingers tracing the patterns on a smooth stone. When I finished, she opened her eyes, their ancient wisdom meeting my weary gaze. "They fight with paper and greed," she said, her voice soft but firm. "They do not understand the true nature of power. The land is not defeated by their paper battles, Thomas. It is merely waiting for its moment, and so must you." She rose and walked to a small, hidden spring that bubbled up from beneath the roots of the ancient oak. The water here was crystal clear, cold and sweet. She cupped her hands and drank, then offered some to me. "The people always understood that true strength comes not from resisting, but from flowing with the current," she explained. "When the river meets a dam, it does not smash itself against it. It finds another way. It gathers its strength, or it waits for the dam to crumble." "But what do I do in the meantime?" I asked, feeling a tremor of desperation. "They're trying to take everything." Danya placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch surprisingly firm. "You draw strength from this place, from the ancestors, from the very heart of the earth. You remind yourself what you are fighting for. You deepen your connection, and you trust that the land will guide you." She then led me back to her small, almost invisible dwelling deeper in the ancient forest, a structure woven into the trees and rock, barely discernible from the natural landscape. Inside, it was warm and filled with the scent of pine and cedar. She showed me ancient maps, not of property lines, but of energy currents, of sacred sites, of the land's deepest arteries and veins. "The ley lines beneath your house, Thomas," she explained, tracing a shimmering pattern on a stretched hide. "They converge at a powerful nexus. It is a place of balance, of renewal, but it is also a place where two worlds meet, where the veil is thin. The shadow was attracted to its power, yes, but could only twist it. Sterling Ventures seeks to pave over it, to silence its song entirely. This the land will not allow." She pointed to a specific point on the map, directly beneath my farmhouse. "This is the heart of it all. It is where the most ancient power lies dormant, waiting to be awakened, waiting to be protected." Anya then unveiled a collection of items, not unlike the spirit stones I had found, but larger, more potent. These were not just river stones, but rough, unpolished crystals, glowing with a faint internal light. "These are the true guardians," she whispered, "the earth's own children. They channel the pure energy of the land. They are the keys to unlocking its full protection." She explained that for generations, her family had been caretakers of these crystals, safeguarding them in preparation for a time of great need. "The time is now," she said, handing me a smooth, black crystal, cool and heavy in my hand. It pulsed with a deep, resonant hum, a vibration that went straight to my bones, filling me with a strange mix of calm and exhilarating power. "You must take these crystals, Thomas," Anya instructed, her eyes intense, "and you must place them in specific points on your land, along the ley lines, to create a perimeter of protection, not just from physical encroachment, but from the spiritual corruption their greed brings. And the most powerful one," she gestured to the largest, most radiant crystal, a multifaceted white stone that seemed to hold starlight within its depths, must be placed at the very nexus point beneath your house, at the heart. The task felt immense, daunting. These were not simply decorative items, they were living conduits of raw earth energy. I spent the next few days in a different kind of preparation, not legal but spiritual. I walked the land with Anya, learning where to place the smaller crystals, feeling the subtle shifts in the earth's energy. We cleansed each crystal with water from the ancient spring and smoke from sacred herbs, imbuing them with my intent to protect the land. One by one, I buried the smaller crystals at key points along my property lines, following Anya's guidance. As each one was placed, I felt a subtle shift, a strengthening of the invisible barrier around my home. The air seemed to hum more distinctly, the birds sang with renewed vigor, and Gus, trotting diligently beside me, seemed to grow more confident with each burial. Finally, the day came to place the largest crystal, the radiant white one, at the nexus point beneath my farmhouse. Anya had explained that this was the most crucial step, a direct appeal to the land's deepest power. It needed to be done at dawn, when the veil between night and day was thinnest, and the sun's first light infused the earth with new life. I spent the night preparing. I lit candles in my house, cleansed the space with sage, and meditated with the crystal, feeling its immense power pulsing in my hands. Gus lay curled at my feet, his presence a steady anchor. I was no longer afraid, only filled with a profound sense of purpose. This was for the land, for its ancestors, for its future. At the first hint of dawn, a faint purple glow on the horizon, I took the crystal and went to the exact spot in my basement that Anya had identified as the nexus point. It was a place I had always felt a strange energy, a subtle vibration in the very foundation of the house. I had built a small stone plinth there during the renovation, unknowingly preparing for this moment. I knelt holding the crystal, its light seeming to grow brighter as the sun began to peek over the distant hills. I closed my eyes, focusing on the hum, on the feeling of the ley lines converging beneath me, on the countless generations who had walked this land, who had honored its spirit. I chanted the harmonic sound Anya had taught me, a low, resonant plea for protection, for balance, for strength. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the basement window, painting the crystal in iridescent hues, I gently placed it on the plinth. The moment it settled, a powerful surge of energy coursed through the earth, through the house, through me. It wasn't violent, but profoundly powerful, a deep thrumming that vibrated in every cell of my body. The entire house seemed to sigh, a deep, contented breath. The air crackled with clean, vibrant energy. And then I heard it, a chorus of voices, ancient and melodic, whispering on the wind, singing a song of gratitude and affirmation. It was the ancestors, acknowledging the awakening, accepting the protection. Gus, standing beside me, let out a joyous bark, his tail wagging furiously. I returned upstairs, feeling lighter, more resolute than ever before. The farmhouse itself felt different, not just clean and restored, but alive, vibrant, protected by an invisible, ancient shield. I knew then that Sterling Ventures could throw all the legal papers and corporate tactics they wanted at me. They were up against something far older, far more powerful than any human greed. The legal battles continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. The nuisance lawsuits still arrived, but they seemed to bounce off me, no longer capable of piercing my newfound resolve. My lawyer, initially overwhelmed, found renewed energy and began to discover unexpected legal precedents, obscure zoning clauses, and forgotten environmental regulations that worked in our favor. It was as if the land itself was whispering clues into her ear. The Save the Pritchard Woods Committee became a formidable force. their efforts seemingly blessed with uncanny luck. They managed to secure a significant grant for ecological preservation, specifically targeting the unique wildflower species found on my property, effectively creating a buffer zone that made large-scale development much harder. Arthur Finch and his ilk from Sterling Ventures made one last, desperate attempt at intimidation. I received a final, heavily worded letter threatening a massive, devastating lawsuit that would financially ruin me, portraying me as a stubborn, ecologically irresponsible individual obstructing vital economic development. It was a thinly veiled threat to crush me entirely. I drove straight to Alara's cabin, the letter crumpled in my hand. She read it, her lips thinning into a grim line. "They are desperate," she observed, handing it back. "They feel the shift. They know their power is waning. This is their last gasp." "But it's still a threat," I countered, my stomach churning. "A lawsuit like that could tie me up for years, even if I win. It could cost me everything." Alara looked at me, her gaze piercing. "What is everything, Thomas? Is it money, or is it the land you stand on, the spirit you carry, the life you have built?" She then smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "Don't forget the lessons of the river, boy. Sometimes the dam doesn't just crumble. Sometimes it gets washed away." That evening, a massive storm rolled in. It wasn't just a typical Mapleton thunderstorm. This was different. The sky turned an ominous, bruised purple, the air grew thick with static, and the wind howled with an almost sentient fury. Gus, usually a brave dog, was unusually subdued, whimpering by my side, sensing the powerful energies at play. Rain lashed against the windows, not in drops but in solid sheets, blurring the world outside. Thunder cracked directly overhead, shaking the house to its foundations. Lightning ripped through the sky, momentarily illuminating the ancient trees around my property, their branches thrashing wildly. I stood by the window, watching the tempest unfold, a strange calm settling over me. This wasn't a destructive force, not truly. It felt like a cleansing, a primal expression of the land's power. I could feel the hum deep beneath the earth, resonating with the storm's fury, a symphony of ancient power. Suddenly, a flash of lightning, brighter than any before, struck the ground just beyond my property line, in the direction of the adjoining parcels Sterling Ventures had purchased. A deafening crack echoed through the valley, followed by a shower of sparks and a faint smell of ozone. The storm raged for hours, a relentless onslaught. When it finally began to subside, leaving behind a world washed clean, shimmering in the pre-dawn light, I knew something significant had happened. The next morning, as soon as the worst of the rain had passed, I drove out to inspect the area where the lightning had struck. The sight that greeted me left me breathless. The lightning had hit with pinpoint accuracy, striking a massive, ancient oak that stood right on the property line between my land and the first of Sterling Ventures' purchased parcels. The tree, though still standing, was split right down the middle, its mighty trunk cleaved, its branches charred. But it wasn't just the tree. The force of the strike, combined with the torrential rain, had triggered a small, localized landslide. The earth, saturated and destabilized, had given way, revealing something beneath. Not just rocks and soil, but an exposed network of what looked like ancient, intricate tunnels and chambers. The landslide had unearthed a vast, previously unknown underground system directly bordering my property. I stared, my heart pounding. This was not a natural cave system. This was clearly man-made, or at least man-modified. The exposed rock faces showed signs of carving, of ancient masonry and faint, almost imperceptible symbols that mirrored those on the spirit stones and the old cairn. This was a discovery of immense archaeological significance, an entire forgotten complex, hinting at a deep, ancient civilization that had inhabited this land. News of the discovery spread like wildfire far beyond Mapleton. Archaeologists, historians, and indigenous rights advocates descended upon the site. The unearthed complex was immediately recognized as an invaluable historical and cultural treasure, far more significant than any luxury resort could ever be. Sterling Ventures' plans for development were, with this single stroke of nature's fury, irrevocably shattered. The discovery triggered a cascade of legal injunctions, federal and state protections, and a public outcry that made any further development on the adjacent land unthinkable. The land was not just protected, it was revered. Arthur Finch and Sterling Ventures, facing overwhelming opposition, monumental public relations damage, and the complete invalidation of their entire business model for the area, were forced to withdraw. Their final legal threats evaporated like morning mist. They quietly sold off their rapidly devalued landholdings at a fraction of their intended worth and vanished from Mapleton entirely, their ambitions for an eco-resort literally buried by the earth itself. The victory felt immense, deeply satisfying, not just for me, but for the land, for the ancestors, for the community. The farmhouse, once a place of haunted despair, now stood as a beacon of resilience, a testament to the power of connection and protection. The archaeological team, led by a kind and brilliant professor named Dr. Eris Thorne, approached me with respect and a genuine desire to understand the land. They knew the local legends, had heard of the Pritchard place, and sensed there was more to this discovery than mere geology. I, in turn, carefully shared what I could without revealing the full depth of Alara and Anya's teachings. I spoke of the feeling of the land, the subtle energies, the sense of an ancient presence. Dr. Thorne listened, his eyes thoughtful, receptive. "It seems, Mr. Jensen," he said one afternoon as we stood overlooking the newly exposed complex, "that this land chose you. It waited for someone to listen, to care, to protect, and it revealed its secrets when it knew you were ready." The subsequent months were a period of profound change and healing for Mapleton. The archaeological dig became a respectful, collaborative effort involving local indigenous elders who shared their knowledge of the ancestral lands. The Save the Pritchard Woods committee evolved into a permanent conservation trust dedicated to protecting the entire valley. My farmhouse became a focal point, a symbol of the successful fight, and I, its quiet guardian. Ilara and Anya continued to guide me, my mentors in the old ways. Anya, now more visible within the community, became an invaluable bridge between the ancient wisdom and the modern efforts to preserve the land. She worked closely with Dr. Thorne, offering insights into the symbolic meanings of the carvings and the potential spiritual significance of the underground complex, guiding the archaeologists with a gentle, knowing hand. "The land has found its voice again, Thomas," Anya said to me one day as we watched the sun set over the protected valley, "and you have helped it sing." My life had transformed completely. The city, with its noise and ambition, felt like a distant dream. My days were now filled with the rhythms of the land, gardening, tending to Gus, walking the ancient paths, listening to the whispers of the wind, and working with the Conservation Trust to ensure the valley's future. The dreams of Martha and Eliza were long gone. Instead, when I slept, I sometimes saw glimpses of the ancient people, moving freely through their sacred lands, their faces serene, their spirits vibrant. They were no longer memories of tragedy, but images of peace, of a cycle unbroken, a legacy honored. Gus, my faithful companion, thrived. He was no longer just a pet, but a true partner, his instincts refined, his connection to the land palpable. He continued to patrol the boundaries, but now with a deep sense of calm and almost regal bearing. He often sat by the ancient oak, not digging, but simply watching, a silent sentinel of the awakened spirit of the woods. The farmhouse was more than just a home. It was a sanctuary, a living testament to healing and protection. Its walls resonated with a gentle, protective energy. The rocking chair, once a symbol of Martha's grief, was now a comfortable spot for me to sit and watch the sunset, a place of contemplation and peace. One crisp autumn morning, a year after the great storm, I stood by the stone cairn, the spirit stones warm in my pocket. The air was cool, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth. The hum of the ley lines was a strong, steady pulse beneath my feet, a constant, comforting presence. The newly protected land stretched out before me, vibrant and alive, its ancient secrets revealed, its future secure. I was no longer just Thomas Jensen, the city man who bought an old farmhouse. I was a custodian, a protector, a bridge between the old ways and the new. My journey with this land was not over, it had only just truly begun. The challenges might change, but my resolve, forged in fire and rooted in the earth, would not waver. The house and the land had accepted me, and I in turn had accepted my role. I was home. But the balance of power, both seen and unseen, was a delicate thing, constantly requiring vigilance. The land was safe for now, but the world was ever-changing. The ancient energies, once dormant, were now fully awake, and their influence, I was learning, extended far beyond the valley. My true understanding of their reach and the subtle responsibility that came with it was yet to fully unfold. The peace that settled over Mapleton in the aftermath of Sterling Venture's defeat was profound, yet it carried an undercurrent of heightened awareness. The land, having asserted its ancient power so spectacularly, now pulsed with a new kind of vitality. The hum beneath my feet was no longer just a comforting presence, but a constant conversation, a symphony of unseen forces at play. I felt it most strongly when standing by the cairn or beneath the ancient oak in Anya's clearing, but it was always there, a deep, resonant thrum woven into the fabric of my days. The archaeological dig at the newly discovered complex was proceeding with remarkable care and reverence, largely due to Dr. Thorne's respectful approach and Anya's guidance. The underground chambers, it turned out, were far more extensive than initially thought, revealing not just ancient dwellings and ceremonial spaces, but also a complex network of passages that seemed to follow the natural flow of the ley lines. Within these chambers, intricate carvings depicted celestial maps, symbols of the Earth's energy, and stylized figures engaged in what appeared to be ancient rituals, eerily similar to the visions I'd experienced in my sleep. Yanya spent much of her time at the site, working alongside Dr. Thorne and the indigenous elders, translating the silent language of the stones and the carvings. Her presence there was a living bridge between the past and the present, her interpretations adding layers of meaning that standard archaeological methods alone could never uncover. She spoke of the complex as a heart chamber of the earth, a place where the people had once communed directly with the planet's pulse, nurturing its energies and protecting its balance. My days, too, began to expand. My role as a custodian of the land now extended beyond my own property lines. I was involved with the Mapleton Conservation Trust, attending meetings, helping to organize educational programs, and working with volunteers to monitor the health of the newly protected ecosystem. Gus was always by my side, his keen senses invaluable as we walked the trails, his attention often drawn to subtle shifts in the environment that I might otherwise miss. He would sit, head tilted, by patches of unusual plant growth, or pause, sniffing the air with intense focus, near areas where the hum felt particularly strong. Ilara, though less involved in the public aspects of the conservation efforts, remained my steadfast guide in the deeper mysteries. She saw the unearthed complex not just as a historical site, but as a living entity, its ancient purpose reawakening. The heart chamber breathes again, Thomas, she told me one afternoon, her eyes alight. Its song is carried on the ley lines across the whole earth. Others will hear it, those who seek to harm and those who seek to heal. Her words proved prophetic, though not in the way I immediately expected. The first hint of a new kind of challenge arrived not through a legal letter or a developer's survey team, but through a series of unusual events reported from distant parts of the world. Dr. Thorne, whose research now focused almost exclusively on the Mapleton complex, received increasingly frequent communications from colleagues. Strange anomalies were being reported. Ancient sites around the globe, long dormant, were showing sudden, unexplained surges in localized energy. Obscure megalithic structures in Ireland were said to be subtly glowing at twilight. Aboriginal Dreamtime sites in Australia were experiencing unusual seismic activity. Even the long silent statues on Easter Island were rumored to be vibrating with a low, resonant hum. It's as if the Earth's entire energy grid is recalibrating, Mr. Jensen, Dr. Thorne mused during one of our weekly check-ins, holding a satellite image of an ancient geoglyph in Peru that now seemed to emit an almost ethereal light. These ley lines, as Anya and the elders described them, they appear to be interconnected on a global scale, and your valley, this nexus point, seems to be a key part of it. His scientific mind, initially skeptical of the esoteric, was slowly being forced to confront phenomena that defied conventional explanation. Anya, however, simply nodded knowingly. The heart chamber has awakened the veins, she explained. When the heart beats strong, the whole body feels it. Then came the dreams. They were different from Martha's anguished visions or my own peaceful glimpses of the ancestors. These were vivid, fragmented, and unsettling. I saw swirling patterns of light and shadow, vast energy currents coiling and uncoiling across continents. But intertwined with this beautiful, wild energy, there was a growing darkness, like a creeping stain. I saw figures, not the peaceful ancestors, but shadowy forms, their faces obscured, moving with a predatory intent, drawn to the newly awakened power. They seemed to be searching, probing, seeking to harness this raw energy for their own purposes. I woke from these dreams with a profound sense of unease, a cold dread that mirrored the feeling of the shadow in my house, but on a grander, more terrifying scale. I told Ilara about them. The balance is a delicate dance, Thomas, she said, her voice grave. The awakening draws both light and shadow. Just as your house needed cleansing, the world may need protection. The land has chosen you to be its keeper, but a keeper's duties extend to all that the land touches. Anya confirmed Ilara's words. The ancient people knew of the others, she explained, tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick. Those who sought to twist the earth's power, to drain it for selfish gain. They are always watching, waiting for a moment of vulnerability, a place where the veil is thin. She then looked at me, her gaze piercing. Your valley, your house, is such a place. It is a beacon, Thomas, drawing them in. The idea that my home, my sanctuary, could now be a target for something far more sinister than a real estate developer filled me with a fresh wave of anxiety. But this time, it was tempered by a deep-seated resolve. I had faced down one shadow. I would face down another, no matter its scale. The shift in energy wasn't just spiritual. It began to manifest in subtle, physical ways. The seasons in Mapleton seemed to become more intense. Winters brought heavier snows, summers were hotter and longer, and the growing seasons stretched, producing crops of an astonishing size and vibrancy. But these shifts also brought a hint of wild unpredictability. Sudden, localized microbursts of wind would sweep through the valley, leaving untouched swaths just yards away. Brief, intense hailstorms would pepper specific areas, melting almost as quickly as they appeared. The land was not just alive, it was asserting its power with a raw, untamed force. Gus, my furry barometer, became increasingly agitated. His restless urgency, which had briefly subsided after the Sterling Venture's defeat, returned with a new intensity. He would bark at shadows, stare for long minutes into empty spaces in the woods, his hackles rising not with fear, but with a watchful, challenging energy. He began to growl at strangers in a way he never had before, especially those who came to Mapleton from outside the close-knit community. And strangers were coming, not developers, but different kinds of visitors. First, there were the seekers, individuals drawn by the growing whispers of Mapleton's unique energies. They were often harmless, New Age enthusiasts looking for spiritual retreats, but their presence felt like an intrusion, a disturbance of the quiet balance. Then came the others. They didn't announce themselves as Sterling Ventures had. They were subtle, blending in, often posing as tourists or researchers, but I felt their presence. The hum of the earth seemed to subtly shift when they were near, a dissonant chord in the otherwise harmonious symphony. Gus would growl, low and guttural, sometimes even before I saw them. I learned to trust his instincts implicitly. One afternoon, while walking Gus near the newly established conservation trail, he suddenly tensed, his ears swiveling. He let out a deep, warning growl directed towards a seemingly innocuous couple taking photos of wildflowers. Their smiles seemed too practiced, their eyes too keen as they surveyed the landscape, not with appreciation, but with an almost clinical assessment. When I tried to engage them in conversation, their answers were vague, their eyes constantly scanning, their attention fixed on something beyond the wildflowers. As they walked away, I felt a subtle drain in the air, a fleeting sense of emptiness. I described this to Anya. "They are not of the land, Thomas," she confirmed, her gaze distant. "They are the hollow ones. They seek to take, not to give. They are drawn to the power like parasites. They wish to learn how to drain it, to bend it to their will." The implications were chilling. Sterling Ventures had wanted to pave over the land, to destroy it through conventional means. These hollow ones sounded far more insidious, aiming to corrupt the very essence of the Earth's awakened power. My education under Anya and Alara intensified dramatically. They no longer simply taught me to listen and respect. They taught me to shield, to defend, and to channel. Alara showed me how to weave protective spells using local herbs and the power of intent, creating invisible barriers around my home and key sacred sites. Anya taught me ancient warding chants, not just for my voice, but for my heart, my spirit, to create an internal fortress against intrusive energies. "Your own energy, Thomas, is linked to the land," Anya explained. "If your spirit is strong, the land is strong. If your intent is pure, its defenses are pure." I spent hours meditating with the spirit stones and the buried crystals, feeling their vibrant hum, consciously extending my own awareness along the ley lines. I learned to identify the subtle dissonances, the cold pockets of emptiness that accompanied the hollow ones. It was like learning a new language, a language of energy, threat, and defense. The Mapleton Conservation Trust, now firmly established, became an unwitting front line in this new, subtle battle. Dr. Thorne, recognizing the increasing flow of unusual visitors, became more guarded. He started asking local volunteers to report unusual activities, strange questions, or any attempts by strangers to access sensitive areas of the dig site. He still sought scientific explanations, but he also listened more intently to Anya's warnings, his respect for her wisdom growing daily. One afternoon, I was walking with Anya and Gus near the ancient oak. Gus suddenly stopped, hackles raised, and let out a series of short, sharp barks into the dense woods. I felt it too, a subtle shift in the air, a familiar cold emptiness that brought a knot to my stomach. Anya's expression turned grim. "They are here," she whispered, "closer than before, and they are not alone." From the shadows of the ancient trees, a figure emerged. It was a man, tall and gaunt, dressed in dark, unremarkable clothing. His eyes, however, were anything but unremarkable. They were unnervingly still, a cold, calculating gray that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. Behind him, two more figures materialized, moving with an almost unnatural silence. They radiated the same chilling emptiness. "Thomas Jensen," the gaunt man said, his voice smooth and devoid of warmth. It was a statement, not a question. "We have been looking for you." Gus, sensing the profound threat, lunged forward, barking furiously, a primal protector. The gaunt man simply raised a hand, and an invisible force seemed to ripple through the air, knocking Gus back with a silent thud. He whimpered, stunned but unhurt, scrambling back to my side, a low, furious growl rumbling in his chest. I felt a surge of cold fury. "Who are you?" I demanded, stepping forward, placing myself between Anya and the intruders. "We are those who understand the true potential of this land," the man replied, a faint, chilling smile touching his lips. "Its raw power, its untapped energy. You, Mr. Jensen, are merely a temporary impediment, a guardian who does not understand the true scale of what you protect." He gestured vaguely towards the unearthed complex, then towards the ancient oak, his eyes lingering on it with a hungry intensity. "This nexus point, it is humming with a newfound vitality, an energy source beyond measure, and we intend to harness it, not for petty resorts or wildflower preservation, but for true global influence. Imagine what could be achieved with such power at our command." "You won't touch this land," I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. "It is protected, by me, by the community, by the ancestors." The man chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Ancestors, fanciful myths. We deal in quantifiable energy, Mr. Jensen, and we have studied this region for decades, long before you arrived. We knew of the dormant potential here. Your cleansing, your quaint little rituals, they merely serve to awaken it for us. You have done our work for us." He took another step forward, his eyes fixed on me. "Now step aside, or be swept away by the inevitable." Xania, who had remained silent until now, spoke, her voice clear and strong. "You cannot control what you do not understand. The land is not a tool. It is alive. It will not be taken." The man turned his cold gaze to Anya. "Ah, the local shaman. Your kind have always been resilient, but ultimately irrelevant in the face of true power." He made another dismissive gesture, and I felt a faint, shimmering wave of energy hit us. It was a draining sensation, a subtle attempt to suppress our own energy, to make us feel weak, insignificant. But I felt the crystals buried beneath the earth, humming in response. I felt the spirit stones in my pocket growing warm. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, channeling my intent, focusing on the strength of the land, on Anya's teachings, on Alara's lessons of protection. When I opened them, the world seemed sharper, the hum louder. I stepped forward, facing the gaunt man directly. "You underestimate this land," I said, my voice now steady, imbued with a strange, resonant power. "You underestimate its spirit, and you underestimate those who protect it." I began to chant the harmonic sound Alara had taught me, a low, guttural hum that vibrated from my chest, through the earth, and into the air. Gus, sensing my resolve, mirrored me with a deep, resonant growl, his hackles fully raised, a picture of untamed defiance. As I chanted, the air around us shimmered. The ancient oak seemed to thrum with a visible energy, its leaves rustling even in the still air. A cool breeze, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, swept through the clearing, swirling around us, creating a natural barrier. The gaunt man's cold composure faltered. His eyes narrowed, and he raised both hands, attempting to counter my chant with his own unseen force. I felt a pressure, a push against my will, a cold intrusion into my mind. But I held firm, drawing strength from the land beneath my feet, from the crystals, from the ancestors who whispered on the wind. Suddenly, from the depths of the woods, came a sound that shook the very ground, the primal roar I had heard before, the untamed voice of the wilderness itself, now louder, more powerful, filled with an ancient wrath. It was a roar that spoke of deep roots, of unyielding stone, of the very spirit of the earth rising in defense. The gaunt man's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine fear crossing his face for the first time. His companions, too, looked visibly shaken, their practiced stillness broken by nervous glances into the forest. Then the ground beneath their feet began to stir, not violently but subtly, as if the earth itself was flexing its muscles. Roots from unseen trees seemed to writhe beneath the soil, making their footing uncertain. Small stones shifted, clinking together. The hum intensified, a deafening drone that seemed to vibrate directly in their bones, disorienting them. "This is not over," the gaunt man hissed, his voice strained, fighting against the resonant hum. "We will return, and we will claim what is ours." With that, he and his companions turned and vanished back into the shadows of the forest, as silently as they had appeared, leaving behind only the fading chill of their presence and a lingering sense of their predatory intent. I stood there, breathing heavily, the hum slowly receding, the roar fading into the distance. Gus whined softly, then licked my hand, his tail giving a tentative wag. Anya placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "They are powerful," she conceded, her voice a little weary, "but they are blind. They do not see the true strength of the land. They only see what they can take." "What do we do now?" I asked, looking at the ancient oak, its silent power still radiating, a sentinel against the unseen threat. Yanya's eyes held a deep resolve. "We prepare, Thomas, we teach, we strengthen. The heart chamber is awake. Its song has drawn them, but it has also awakened its own defenses. The land has chosen its guardians, and you, Thomas Jensen, are one of its strongest." The encounter with the Hollow Ones was a stark wake-up call. The battle for the land had moved beyond legal documents and corporate greed. It was now a spiritual war, a contest for the very soul of the Earth's awakened power. My farmhouse, once merely a nexus point, was now a critical stronghold. Ilara, when I recounted the encounter, understood the gravity of the situation. "They are of an old lineage," she explained, stirring her herbal tea. "They were once among the people long ago, but they turned from the balance. They sought to dominate, to control. They see the earth as a resource, not a living being, and their power grows by draining others. She described how the Hollow Ones could manipulate energy, drain life force, and subtly influence the minds of those around them. They did not understand creation, only consumption, and the global awakening of the ley lines presented them with an unprecedented opportunity. Anya and Alara began to teach me more advanced forms of energetic shielding and communication. I learned to project my intent, to sense specific ley line flows, and even to subtly influence the natural energies of the environment to create temporary diversions or protective illusions. These were not parlor tricks, but deeply rooted practices, requiring intense focus, a clear mind, and a profound connection to the earth. I spent hours in meditation, not just with the crystals, but within the unearthed complex itself. Dr. Thorne, recognizing my unique connection to the site, granted me special access. Within the ancient chambers, the carvings seemed to come alive, their symbols pulsing with latent power. I felt the ancestral presences more acutely here, not as spectral figures, but as a collective consciousness, a vast pool of wisdom and protective energy. They felt like allies, ancient silent guardians. Gus, meanwhile, became my early warning system. His senses, already heightened, seemed to grow even more acute. He could detect the approach of the Hollow Ones long before I could feel their subtle drain. He would whine, growl, or even pace nervously, always pointing me in the direction of the intrusion. His protection of Anya and Alara, and especially of me, became fierce and unwavering. The Mapleton community, though unaware of the specific nature of the threat, sensed a growing tension. The unusual visitors and their unsettling demeanor became a topic of hushed conversation. Dr. Thorne, with Anya's subtle guidance, began to quietly implement additional security measures around the archaeological site, ostensibly for historical preservation, but in truth to deter the Hollow Ones. Local volunteers of the Conservation Trust, fiercely protective of their valley, unknowingly became another layer of defense, their everyday presence and vigilance making it harder for the Hollow Ones to operate unnoticed. The Hollow Ones, however, were persistent. They didn't launch a direct assault, but instead engaged in a campaign of subtle infiltration and psychological warfare. Small, unsettling incidents began to occur. Tools at the dig site would go missing only to reappear in impossible locations. Strange, unsettling sounds would emanate from the deeper parts of the woods at night. Local residents reported fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures at the edges of their properties. These incidents were designed to sow fear and mistrust, to make the community feel vulnerable, isolated, and paranoid. They wanted to weaken our collective spirit, knowing that a fractured community would be easier to exploit. Some locals, especially those who had been swayed by Sterling Ventures' initial promises of prosperity, began to voice doubts about the Pritchard place and its strange effects, fearing that the awakened land was bringing more trouble than it was worth. They are trying to turn the land's strength against itself, Anya explained one evening, her eyes clouded with concern. To twist the natural rhythms into fear, we must hold firm, Thomas. The land's song is one of harmony, not discord. The pressure was immense. I found myself constantly vigilant, every shadow a potential threat, every stranger a possible Hollow One. The constant emotional drain was exhausting, and I began to feel the familiar fatigue of the early days in the farmhouse, though now tinged with a deeper, more global anxiety. One night the dreams returned with terrifying clarity. I saw the Hollow Ones, not as shadowy figures, but with horrifying detail. Their faces were drawn, their eyes vacant, their bodies radiating a cold hunger. They were performing a ritual not within my valley, but at a far-off location, a place of ancient stone circles and swirling mists. They were attempting to establish a distant connection to my valley's nexus, to draw its power, not directly through physical presence, but through a spiritual conduit, a kind of dark ley line. Their intent was clear, to create a vast parasitic network feeding off the Earth's awakening. I woke in a cold sweat, Gus whimpering softly beside me, his fur bristling. The urgency was palpable. This was not a local skirmish. It was a battle for the Earth's life force. I immediately went to Alara's cabin. She listened to my dream, her face pale. They are attempting a distant siphon, she confirmed, her voice barely a whisper, to steal the song of the heart chamber from afar. If they succeed, this valley will wither, and the world will be truly vulnerable. What do we do? I asked, the desperation evident in my voice. Lilara's eyes, however, held a fierce, ancient fire. We sever the connection, we cut the siphon, and we send their darkness back to them. She then shared a prophecy, one whispered down through generations of her family, a warning of this very time. When the Earth's heart awakens, and the shadows seek to steal its song, a keeper shall rise, one who walks in both worlds, one who, with the help of the ancestors, shall weave a shield of pure light and echo the true song of the land, sending the darkness back to the void from whence it came. She looked at me, her gaze unwavering. You are that keeper, Thomas. You have felt the hum, you have learned the whispers, you have found the heart. Now, you must make its song your own. The task felt insurmountable. To sever a distant, dark connection, to weave a shield of pure light, it sounded like something out of a myth. But I had witnessed enough impossible things in this valley to know that magic was real, and the land was a powerful ally. Anya, when consulted, confirmed the prophecy. She explained that the heart chamber beneath my house, the very nexus where I had placed the large white crystal, was the key. Its power was not just for local protection, but for projecting the Earth's true song across the ley lines, to counteract and sever any parasitic connection. It requires immense focus, Thomas, Anya warned, and a deep channeling of the land's energy. You must open yourself completely, become a conduit for its pure, raw power. If your intent wavers, if your spirit is not truly aligned, the power could be overwhelming. The days that followed were a blur of intense preparation. Anya and Alara guided me through rituals of purification and strengthening. I spent hours in the ancient chambers beneath my house, meditating with the crystals, allowing the Earth's energy to flow through me, learning to control and direct its immense power. I communed with the ancestral presences, feeling their wisdom, their resolve, their unwavering connection to the land. They taught me how to amplify the hum, to translate it into a specific frequency, a resonant vibration that could cut through the dark energy of the siphon. It was like learning to play an instrument, not with my hands, but with my entire being, becoming a living tuning fork for the Earth's song. The night of the ritual arrived with a heavy silence. The air was still, the sky starless, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Gus was unusually quiet, his eyes wide and fixed on me, sensing the immense gravity of the moment. Alara and Anya stood with me in my basement, by the plinth holding the radiant white crystal, their presence a grounding force. The siphon will be strongest at the peak of the darkest hour, Anya whispered, her voice barely audible. Just before dawn, that is when you must act. I knelt before the crystal, my hands resting on its cool, smooth surface. Its light pulsed, strong and steady, a comforting heartbeat in the gloom. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and began to chant. It wasn't a loud chant, but a low, resonant hum, starting deep in my chest and vibrating through my entire body. It mingled with the hum of the earth, amplifying it, becoming one with the vast, ancient symphony beneath my feet. I felt the ley lines connecting, flowing through me, extending outward, reaching across continents. I visualized the dark siphon, a black, oily thread attempting to drain the vibrant energy of my valley. And then, with all my intent, with all the power of the land flowing through me, I focused the hum. It became a pure, searing white light, a resonant frequency designed to cut, to sever, to send the darkness recoiling. The energy surged. It was overwhelming, a feeling of being filled with pure, raw power, almost too much to contain. The house trembled, not violently, but with the immense force of the earth's song. Gus let out a deep, sustained howl, a primal lament and affirmation. Ilara and Anya stood steadfast, their hands clasped, their own silent chants adding strength to mine. I pushed, pouring every ounce of my being into the channel, holding the frequency, picturing the siphon snapping, the dark thread recoiling, burning away. I felt a tremendous resistance, a cold, empty pressure pushing back, trying to overwhelm me to silence the song. But I held firm, drawing on the ancestors, on the unwavering strength of the land, on the pure light of the crystal. Then there was a sharp, almost physical snap, a feeling of something breaking, severing. A wave of intense cold washed over me, followed immediately by a profound sense of relief, a release of pressure. The intense surge of energy subsided, leaving me drained but exhilarated. I collapsed, gasping for breath, the hum receding to its usual comforting pulse. When I opened my eyes, the first hint of dawn was bleeding through the basement window, painting the crystal in soft, victorious light. Yanya knelt beside me, her eyes shining. "You did it, Thomas," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "You severed the siphon. You sent their darkness back." Ilara nodded, a rare, proud smile gracing her lips. "The heart chamber sings again, freely, and its song is stronger than ever." I felt the land around me, vibrant and alive, cleansed of the distant intrusion. The subtle drain I had felt for weeks was gone, replaced by a feeling of profound renewal. The air felt cleaner, lighter. News of the incident, of course, was never reported in any newspaper, but the effects were immediate and profound. The subtle acts of sabotage and psychological warfare ceased. The unsettling incidents in the woods stopped. The Hollow Ones, sensing the defeat of their distant siphon, retreated, their presence in Mapleton dwindling to nothing. Those who had been susceptible to their influence seemed to shake off a subtle malaise, regaining their clarity and good cheer. The rumors of cursed land vanished, replaced by a renewed sense of community and pride. Dr. Thorne, though without understanding the spiritual battle, noticed the profound shift. "The atmosphere at the dig site has cleared dramatically, Mr. Jensen," he observed, his brow furrowed in thought. "The mood among the workers, the elders, it's as if a heavy weight has been lifted. And we've found something remarkable in one of the deeper chambers, a map unlike any we've seen, depicting what looks like a global network of ley lines, with your valley at its very center." His discovery was another testament to the truth of the ancient ways, further validating Anya and Alara's teachings. The unearthed map was a powerful artifact, confirming the global significance of the Mapleton Nexus Point, not just as a local sanctuary, but as a critical node in the Earth's energetic system. The Mapleton Conservation Trust, now a formidable and well-respected organization, secured further funding and expanded its reach, establishing new protected areas around the valley. The archaeological complex became a UNESCO World Heritage Site, bringing respectful tourism and further economic stability to the region, proving that true prosperity lay not in exploitation, but in preservation. My life settled into a new, deeper rhythm. I was no longer just a caretaker. I was a fully initiated protector, a conduit for the Earth's awakened spirit. The farmhouse was not just my home. It was a sanctuary, a beacon of light, a place of immense power and protection. Gus thrived, his senses keen, his spirit unwavering. He no longer barked at shadows, but walked the land with a quiet confidence, a true guardian. He often sat by the cairn, or beneath the ancient oak, listening, watching, his presence a comforting reminder of the land's enduring strength. The dreams of the Hollow Ones ceased, replaced once again by the peaceful visions of the ancient people, moving freely through their sacred lands, their faces serene, their spirits vibrant. But now these visions were tinged with a new understanding, a sense of shared responsibility, a connection to a vast, unseen network of keepers and protectors around the globe. Zanya and Alara continued to guide me, their wisdom an endless well. Anya, now a revered figure in both the indigenous community and the archaeological world, became a vital interpreter of the ancient knowledge, ensuring that the wisdom of the people was woven into the fabric of modern conservation. "The earth needs many voices, Thomas," Anya said one day as we stood overlooking the valley, bathed in the soft afternoon light. "Many hands, you have shown them the way, but the journey of the land and its protectors is never truly over." Her words resonated deeply. I knew that the victory against the Hollow Ones was not the end of the struggle, but merely a significant battle won. The world was vast, and its balance was a delicate thing, constantly threatened, constantly requiring vigilance. The awakened energies of the land, now flowing freely and strongly from my valley, were a powerful force, capable of great good, but also attracting new challenges. My responsibilities as a keeper, I sensed, were about to deepen even further, extending beyond the protective embrace of Mapleton, reaching out into a world that was only just beginning to grasp the true nature of the Earth's living spirit. The global network of ley lines, now fully activated by the nexus in my valley, pulsed with energy, transmitting not just power but information. I began to perceive fleeting glimpses of other nexus points, ancient sites across the globe, each stirring with its own unique energy signature. Some pulsed with the same pure light as my valley, guarded by their own silent keepers. Others, however, shimmered with a subtle distortion, a faint, lingering echo of discord, a hint that the Hollow Ones or others like them were still at work, probing, seeking, attempting to establish new siphons elsewhere. It was a vast, interconnected tapestry of energy, and my valley was a critical knot. I could feel the faint echoes of distant struggles, the subtle shifts in the global balance. My role, once localized to a haunted farmhouse, had quietly expanded to something far grander, far more encompassing. The spirit stones, once simple talismans, now hummed with a constant, almost conversational energy in my pocket, linking me to this global network, whispering urgent warnings and subtle calls for aid. The ancestors, ever present, seemed to guide my hand, their collective wisdom a steady compass in this uncharted territory. This new awareness brought with it a profound sense of isolation, despite the thriving community around me. How could I explain the global energetic network, the Hollow Ones, the ancient prophecies to Dr. Thorne or the Conservation Trust? They saw the tangible results, the protected land, the thriving ecosystem, the historic site, but not the unseen battles waged in the ethereal realm. Anya and Alara were my only confidants, my anchors in this deeper reality. One crisp autumn morning, as I stood by the ancient oak, its massive branches reaching skyward, its roots entwined with the earth's heart, Anya joined me. She held a small, intricately carved wooden bird, its wings outstretched as if in flight. "The wind carries many seeds, Thomas," she said, her voice soft, "and many messages. The heart of the earth speaks, and those who listen must answer." She handed me the carved bird. It felt light yet potent in my palm, pulsing with a faint, warm energy. "This is a messenger," she explained, "a symbol of connection. The time of local guardianship is giving way to a time of global stewardship. The threads of the web are tightening, and you, Thomas, must learn to follow them, to journey beyond the valley." My breath caught in my throat. Journey beyond the valley. My roots were deep here now, entwined with the land, with Gus, with Alara and Anya. The thought of leaving, even temporarily, was daunting. But Anya's eyes held an unwavering conviction, a deep understanding of the path ahead. "The earth calls upon its keepers," she reiterated, "and when the earth calls, we answer. There are other places, other nexus points where the balance is threatened, where the song is being silenced. You are uniquely positioned, Thomas, to help them, to share the strength of this." My mind reeled, journey beyond the valley. It was a concept so alien to the life I had meticulously built here, a life rooted deeply in this land. My farmhouse, my sanctuary, Gus, the familiar scent of pine and damp earth, the rhythm of the seasons, they had become my very being. The thought of leaving, even temporarily, felt like uprooting myself from the source of my own power. But Anya's eyes, steady and clear, held an undeniable truth. She understood the weight of her words and the profound responsibility they implied. The small wooden bird in my hand pulsed, a warm, insistent thrum that echoed the hum beneath my feet. It felt like a heartbeat, urging me forward. "The earth does not ask us to abandon our roots, Thomas," Anya clarified, as if reading my thoughts, "but to extend them, to learn that the roots of one place can connect to the roots of another. You carry the song of this heart chamber within you. It is a song that needs to be heard elsewhere, to strengthen other voices, to mend the fractured notes." She explained that my unique connection to the Mapleton Nexus, amplified by the central crystal and my deepening bond with the land, made me a crucial link in the global network. I had learned to attune to its vibrations, to sense its dissonances. This was a skill desperately needed in places where the ancient wisdom had been lost or actively suppressed. Ilara, when I sought her counsel, echoed Anya's sentiments. She spoke of a growing imbalance in the world, not just from human greed, but from a subtle spiritual attrition, a slow draining of the earth's vitality. The Hollow Ones were but one manifestation of this decay, their presence often a symptom of deeper wounds. "The carved bird," Ilara explained, holding it gently, "is not just a symbol. It is imbued with the spirit of the wind, the ancient pathways. It will guide you, Thomas, when your own instincts falter. It will whisper the way to those who call for aid." The decision weighed heavily on me. My heart pulled me to stay, to protect the sanctuary I had fought so hard to create. Yet my spirit, now irrevocably intertwined with the land's greater purpose, understood the necessity. The dreams, the whispers from other nexus points, the lingering echoes of discord, they were calls I could no longer ignore. My preparation for this unprecedented journey was different from anything I had done before. It wasn't about legal battles or property lines, but about cultivating an internal compass, strengthening my energetic shields, and deepening my communion with the Earth's global song. Anya taught me to interpret the subtle shifts in the spirit stone's hum, to distinguish between a cry for help, a warning of danger, or a simple affirmation of balance. Ilara instructed me in crafting portable wards and protective charms, using concentrated herbs and woven threads to carry the essence of Mapleton's sanctuary with me. Gus, sensing the profound change, became my constant shadow. His initial anxiety gave way to a focused intensity, as if he too understood the gravity of my impending departure. He would lie by my packed backpack, his eyes watching me intently, his tail giving a slow, reassuring thump. He was to be my companion on this journey, my loyal guardian and sensitive barometer for the unseen. The hardest part was telling Dr. Thorne and the Mapleton Conservation Trust. I couldn't reveal the full truth, not yet. I spoke of a research sabbatical, a desire to explore other ancient sites, to learn from different cultures about land stewardship. Dr. Thorne, though surprised, was understanding. He acknowledged my unique connection to the Mapleton site and wished me well, even providing me with contacts at other archaeological digs he respected. The trust, grateful for my foundational work, assured me that Mapleton was secure, its protections robust, its community vigilant. The night before my departure, I walked the familiar paths of my land one last time. I stood by the stone cairn, the hum beneath my feet a deep, reassuring pulse. I visited the ancient oak, its mighty branches silhouetted against the starry sky, feeling its immense protective presence. Finally, I knelt in the basement, placing my hands on the radiant white crystal, feeling its powerful, clear light flow through me, embedding the heart chamber's song deep within my spirit. I will return, I whispered, not just to the crystal, but to the ancestral presences, to Martha and Eliza, to the very spirit of the land. I will carry your strength with me. Gus, curled at my feet, let out a soft sigh, as if in agreement. At dawn, under a sky painted with hues of rose and gold, I said my goodbyes to Ilara and Anya. There were no tears, only profound understanding and a shared sense of purpose. "The path is long, Thomas," Ilara said, embracing me, "but the earth will guide you. Listen always to its song, and remember you are never truly alone." Anya pressed a small pouch of sacred herbs into my hand. "May the ancestors walk with you, Thomas Jensen. May your light illuminate the way." With a deep breath, Gus by my side and the carved bird clutched in my palm, I stepped into my old pickup truck. The farmhouse, restored and vibrant, stood silently behind me, a beacon of resilience. The valley, protected and humming, stretched out, shimmering in the morning light. As I drove away down the winding road that led out of Mapleton, I cast one last look in my rearview mirror. The farmhouse, the ancient oak, the misty valley, they seemed to recede, yet their presence remained, a powerful anchor in my heart. The hum of the ley lines was no longer just beneath my feet, but flowed through me, a constant, comforting companion. My journey had taken an unexpected turn. I was no longer just the man who bought an old farmhouse, or even simply the guardian of Mapleton. I was a keeper, a conduit, a messenger of the earth's awakened spirit, venturing forth into a world that desperately needed its song. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with unknown challenges and distant echoes of discord, but I was not afraid. My resolve, forged in the depths of despair and tempered by the ancient wisdom of the land, was unshakable. Gus barked softly from the passenger seat, his tail wagging, his eyes bright with adventure. The carved bird, nestled safely in my hand, vibrated faintly, guiding me towards the rising sun, towards the next note in the Earth's global symphony. The fight for balance was far from over, but I was ready. My journey with the land, indeed, had only just begun.